Hello and good evening to all of my lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers. I hope you are having a fantastic Wednesday night. I know I am because I'm here spending it with you. Happy Wednesday, my dear bunnies. I hope you are well. I hope you are taking time to take care of yourself as it is oh so important to do so. Well, welcome in, Ember. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Are you doing okay? Thank you for the follow. I could have sworn I've seen your name here before. But welcome in regardless. I hope you're having a lovely night. A little bit of medicine to myself today is some strawberry flavored coconut water. I hope in some way or another you've been able to give a gift to yourself. Whether that's a little treat, and there's a lot of ways to acquire little treats. Have you ever heard of a mug cake? I'm fine. Good to hear. Good to hear. I'm glad. I'm glad. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I forgot something. Let's hope this doesn't break everything. Oh no. I knew there was some color missing from the screen. I knew there was. My bad. Today's gift is an imaginary gift. You know what? That's one of the coolest parts about your imagination. You can give yourself gifts like that. I don't have to ask the computer to give me pictures of anime dudes kissing. I can just think about it. It's my brain. I can think about whatever I want. And you can also think about whatever you want. Ah, I see. All right, that makes sense. I was wondering what caused the short circuit. Happy to have you. Happy to have you. I hope you're looking forward to tonight's entertainment being, oh my god, that's so many bunnies. Oh my god, look at all those bunnies. Hold on. Close this, because I don't need that open. All of the rest of that is fine. I am going to give you a bunch of stars, because I did not open this up at the start of everything like I'm supposed to. There you are. There you are. You can do exclamation point and jump to catch any of the stars. I'm going to do one more quick check of all of my little things. I totally didn't just jingling keys. Jingling keys. I've got your attention now. I'm going to do one more final scan of everything. I'm trying to keep myself relaxed because I had noticed that I had been very anxious the past few ASMR streams, and that does not lend itself very well to providing a certain atmosphere. I'm supposed to pretend like I'm a cool girl here and I have my head on straight, you know? Just straight enough to where I can send everybody else spinning at least a little bit. Thank you for the encouragement. And now, my dear dust bunnies, if you would like to, for one channel point, that's right, a single tooth, you can say hi if you want to. If you want to. If you're just lurking with us, that's also completely fine. Thank you so much for being here. And with that, oh, I gotta make sure I'm listening to this too. You ready? Are you ready? Oh, wait, my playback. Hold on. Fuck. My playback device is not set correctly. Audio. I changed things earlier to test and I was like, oh, I'll fix it later. Nope, never do. Are you ready? That sounded perfect. That was so perfect. Mwah. And with that, my dear dust bunnies, God, I hope all the buttons work. There we are. There we are. Hi, hello to Some Jelly. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Hi, hello to Pig Out. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Hi, hello to Cruisenick, my darling. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Hi, hello, Saint Fitz. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. And hi, hello, Ember. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Happy late Pride. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. There we go. There we go. We're all situated. I have officially determined that I do require some very cute little coasters of some kind. I am a multi drink person. I need coasters. All right, let me catch up with everybody real quick. Ready for another year? We might have another one planned. I was thinking, because we watched Local 58. I was thinking about doing another one of my favorites, and of course, now that I'm trying to talk about it, the name of the series completely eludes me. I had a lot of fun though. I I I I had a lot of fun actually hanging out in pools and hot tubs. There was a little bit of unease. That just comes with the territory of being an anomaly. That's all. That's all. Hi, Suits. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. I cracked it open and fucking tree. You told me to check the use of ours on the leak tree and you were right. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. I did notice. I did notice some of the I have not posted anything there in a little while. I've been a little bit down on myself. I shouldn't be because I'm actually doing pretty well and taking care of myself, especially physically like that. I'm so sorry. I did forget one thing. We were supposed to switch over from the Silent Hill tunes to Ghost Watch. Yeah. It's the spooky ambience that I like. There we go. There we go. That's better. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It has been a work in progress and also a lot of trial and error, but we're definitely getting there. What was I saying in regards to that? My health. What was I saying? Shoot, it's gone. It's gone. That train absolutely derailed. What was I talking about? Just one enough things needed my attention. It completely sidelined me. Did I catch up with everybody? Did I catch up with everybody? Oh, right. No, I remember. I remember. So I have only. I have. I have not been posting to a particular website that for some reason Twitch is touchy about, even though they've done collaborative projects with them before. I haven't posted anything to Fansly in a hot minute because I've been kind of down on myself. I shouldn't be, because my health is in a good spot. I should be patting myself on the back for it. I suck at taking fucking photos of myself, though. That's when all the bad brain demons come out, and that's been tough to deal with. So I haven't posted there in a while. I've just mentioned it on the occasion. I've just mentioned it on the occasion, and thank you all for the something like 30 something plus follows on there in the past week. We are now with, which is such a funny correlation that this happened. We reached 666 subscribers on YouTube, 666 followers on Twitch, and 66 followers on Fansly, all in the same span of 3 days. I always had this like very deep-seated paranoia that if I ever had children, I would be the person who birthed like the Antichrist or whatever. That is so serendipitously spooky. Not serendipitously. I always say serendipitously. That is so synchronetically spooky. That's so spooky. I don't know how to feel about it. I like occult stuff as like a historical hobbyist and everything, but when there's like when there is numerological consistencies and synchronicities and coincidences, it's kind of hard to ignore, you know? Oh, hi, Nicholas. Welcome in. Do you think I'm cursed? I think I'm cursed. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night, regardless. Well, what a coincidence. Because of how infrequently that I post on Fansly, everything is available for free. Donations or tips appreciated, of course, you know. Especially if you particularly like something, that's a very good way to let me know that that's, you know, a path I should follow. I post too infrequently, regardless to all the things that I want to do. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hi, Cranberry. I hope everybody has their speakers turned on if you have a cat nearby. See, I've just mentioned it, and people have been really cool. I don't know what was happening before. Maybe there really was some kind of universal spite debuff or something like that that was causing. I was just having terrible luck. I wasn't reaching the right people. Maybe I really just had a terrible string of luck where I wasn't reaching the right people. I'm glad we found each other. I'm glad that we found each other. Or smiles. always try to have the most fun. I have like a lot of different plans for photo shoots that I've wanted to do for a very long time. I have a really stupid one at the front of my mind right now, but it just seems like so silly to me. Okay. So, like, you know the joke, oh ha, he won't give me his white monster, so I have to get one from the gas station, you know that tee hee ha ha joke? You know that? I drink the pink monsters, and so I thought having, like, you know, a very sweaty summertime kind of photo shoot where that was the central theme, I thought that'd be kind of cool, you know? Heaven fucking forbid my body let me have the energy to do things, though, you know? Are those lyrics from something? What is that, Reload? But also welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. I tried finding my cavity luck. Oh, the poor baby. Oh, the baby was like, oh, no. Just on a Patreon. Oh, thank you. That's another one. It's much easier to post short, silly little audio anything to Patreon than it is anywhere else for me. If I had voice notes on Blue Sky or Twitter available to me, I'd be a fucking menace, dude. I'd be such a freak. I'd be so fucking weird about it. I know I would. It's any kind of like random thought that comes into my head. I just record the audio. My curse upon you. It fits the American weather too. It's so hot. It's so hot outside. I found you on Twitch. Wait, really? Wait. Okay, your name didn't come up as a first-time chatter earlier, and I could have sworn I had seen you before. Okay, hold on. I'm not a detective or anything. I like me a good mystery novel, you know, on the occasion, but I'm no detective, but perchance have you visited the station once before and maybe got distracted? I'm not a detective or anything, though, so you know, I'll try not to armchair psychology. Okay, you know what? You know what? With that whole thing I said earlier about having some like body image issues recently. Oh, thank you, Cthulhu. Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the head pats. Welcome in. With that whole body image issue thing I was talking about earlier, it is, I gotta say, it's quite the confidence boost every now and again whenever I get on stream and somebody just finds the fans and is like, oh, holy moly. I remember the first comment I ever got on a piece of ASMR content that I made, which was a completely improvised vampire POV thing. It's like 2 minutes long. The first comment I got on that was somebody just being like, please, please make more of this. I was like, oh shit, okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. I'm glad you're like that into it. Fuck yeah. How do we request a sound? Channel points. Channel point redeems. Also, thank you, Reload, for the self-care checklist. It is in the channel point redeems. For 1,000 channel points, you can pick from the menu that is to my side here in the background. We have a variety of things available, and we can get spooky and or a little bit silly. Don't be a weirdo. Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You have not said anything so far that has indicated that I should be uncomfortable. I appreciate people following the fansly if that's what you're interested in specifically, because then at the very least I know that you know how to, like, you know, read the room. I'm so sorry. I have not been able to stop thinking about the person who came in when we were in like pools and hot tubs and was like, oh, do you want to ERP? No. No, what are you doing? I have not been able to stop thinking about that shit, dude. I've told all of you so many times. People say weird fucking shit to me, man. They do. Of course. Your redeem suits. What would you like to request? I am really happy about this model in particular because there's a lot of little, wow, how should I put it? Physical niches. No. Anatomical features. There we go. I found it. I fished the words out of my mind. Would you like affirmations about anything in particular? Or should I just free ball it? I apologize if my clairvoyance clocks whatever particular, what any particular self-esteem issues one might have. Alright. I do actually mean that as like a partial warning because people have told me a couple of my free ball sinisters have hit a particular thing that they had going on. I'm not trying to read, I promise, but let's see, what does the universe give me? What does the universe give me? Focus. Focus is usually tricky for most people, I think. Because on the whole, there's a lot of stuff going on. And sometimes I think we're made to feel bad about being a little obsessive over things, about being into our particular niches with such a fervent passion that it actually satisfies the soul on a fundamental level. I would encourage a little bit of fervent obsession over the things that make you happy. And you know what? You can be a little bit weird about it. You can lie awake and you can think about it. You can be excited for the next day because you're thinking about it so much. You can take the steps to take care of yourself because you're looking forward to having another interaction with this thing that you value so much. You're allowed to. You're allowed to be a little bit crazy about the things that you like. Just in case somebody hasn't told you recently. You are allowed to be a little bit weird about the things that you like and the things that make you happy. Especially when it encourages you to take care of yourself. What do you think the hunter is doing? You think the hunter is just in a daze, stumbling through the forest, hoping that it finds the thing that it's looking for? No, 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 no. The hunter is hungry. The hunter wants to dig its claws and teeth into its prey and feast. And what an ever more satisfying slumber it can have after such an indulgence. So don't forget to treat yourself to your favorite things today. And every day. Give yourself stuff to look forward to. Any reason to be in a festive mood? Very true. Very true. You know what? You know what? Okay, less sinister part of this, but I have to be honest with you. I think it's really cute that there is I don't want to necessarily say trend, as in like it's a popular thing, but it is something that people who are really active in fandom space do. They have like birthday parties for their fictional Oshis. How about something more sinister? In what way? In what way? I feel like it's pretty sinister to encourage you to become a feral, rabid animal over the things that you like. I think it's really cute to throw a little birthday party for your favorite fictional character. I always make something extra tasty for all of my meals on Kirby's birthday. Oh, that's really cute. Well, real life birthday parties for the real people in your life, they're also very important. Being with the people that you love is the most important, obviously. I just, there's a possible ethical conflict in trying to encourage people to be really obsessive over the people in their lives. I say this as somebody who very obsessively cares about the people who I love. So, well, welcome in, clown misfit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My lead speak is so rusty. Welcome in, clown misfit. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Describe something more sinister. You can freeball it. I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Embrace your interests wholeheartedly. Consume them. Masticate on the bones and suck the marrow out. Tear at the viscera until you become all consumed by it, absolutely and utterly devastated when it's left nothing. Is that more sinister? That's where my mind went. That's where my mind went. I hope you liked it, though. I hoped you like it, though. At the core of it, it is supposed to be an affirmation more than anything else. Okay, you just wanted me to go a little bit crazy for your second. Okay, cool. Aye, Captain. You don't usually have to tell me. Welcome in, Tarnished Antioche. I hope you're both having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Whatever, whatever it was, whatever spirit I was just possessed by. I always cry when someone tells me to take care of myself because I deserve to be here. You do. And I must say, I am very proud of you for saying that. You do deserve to be here. Not only do you deserve to be here, you deserve to be treated and to treat yourself with dignity, to feel comfortable, to feel safe. Oh, thank you, Suits. Thank you. You do deserve these things. Nothing living in this whole world has to earn that. That doesn't, of course, negate that sometimes sad things happen. Sometimes they do. But trying to make everything else as easy as possible is how we deal with those things, because sometimes the sad stuff is just a part of nature. Welcome in, Cold Bloodify. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Sharing a little bit of death positivity with you. Just a little bit of death positivity. We will all be dust one day, but that is the reason why our lives have meaning, and why we deserve to be comfortable while we're here. Well, I'm not happy that you needed it, but I'm glad that we could supply it in a time of need. I'm glad we could. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. Oh my god, the little... The emotes are so funny. The physics on them is so cute. You can be broken down into even finer dust. I always think about the Futurama episode, the time travel Futurama episode, obviously, where they go super far into the future and they witness the heat death of the universe. I do like that one. I think it's fun. I think it handles itself in a very fun way, like those earlier Futurama episodes really did. I kind of just picture, like, the dried out husk of an earth. You know, that's all that's left. And then it's just the cold darkness of space. But somewhere in whatever even more infinitesimally unfathomable vastness of space, there's just like a tiny little terrarium or something like that the dust bunnies will live on in forever as some kind of self-replicating cell mass. What weapons are super IFF? Okay, some of these questions I have answered more directly before. But others, I feel like the lore hits it on the head pretty well. Shapeshifter and the ability to fly. I feel like that should be pretty obvious, honestly. Those two are my favorite. Any kind of like, especially voice-based mind control. Are you kidding me? Or voice-based kind of attacks, like what is it? Black Canary. Do it with like the supersonic scream. Something like that would be very cool. One day I'll be able to do something like that. Weapon-wise, though, I like my bare fists, honestly. I like punching and clawing at people. But like for an actual like fantasy weapon, I really like scythes. I feel like it's so stereotypical, but I really like scythes. I think they're sick. I think they're super sick. Let's be a dragon fork. I guess so. Technically. I feel like that's what makes sense, though. That's what makes the most sense, though. What do you think? What powers or attributes would you attribute to a character of me that was like a superhero or a magical fantasy protagonist? No, it's fine. I was gonna say it's fine. Magical girl. That is kind of how I feel with the little bit of transformation. I do feel like it's pretty magical girl, honestly. Just and it does because of all of like the really pretty lighting effects and everything. It does look even more magical because there's just more little bits of light. You know, it does feel very magical, honestly. Rubies is pretty cool with like the transforming aspect, but if I want a transforming scythe, I'm gonna go for one from Bloodborne, honestly. I'll just save and reload scares. You just get like a ooh. Is it like super OP where you can just like save at any point and reload to that point? Or is it only a quick save system? Ooh. Now that's the conversation to have there. That's kind of what I think about my, especially just the purely just chatting with everybody part of the ASMR streams. I feel like it's just like you're listening to your friend ramble about something and you just fall asleep next to them. I feel like that's what people probably do the most. I have been told that people fall asleep to these, which I think is the goofiest thing. It's adorable, don't get me wrong, I want to put you in a jar and shake you around, but like, it's so silly at the same time. It's the Bloodborne one. I love Bloodborne. It's always going to be Bloodborne. If it's me, you can bet it's Bloodborne. For a game that I haven't played, I'm really obsessive about it. Clean my face. No, you will not get any help. Get his ass, Cranberry. Get his ass. Get him. I love swords. Very particularly, I like the type of rapier that Alucard in Castlevania the uses. I was about to say, but he uses the same kind of sword, just the really long with like the broad handle and hilt, and everything is really beautiful. I love those. I also love claymores, and oh gosh, what was the other one? I've forgotten. I like big swords. I like really big swords, even if they're just kind of proportionally big. I also like knives. Okay, anything bladed to me is cool. I also like hatchets. I think hatchets are super sick, but big fucking sword. Okay, do you guys, has anybody played Okami? If you've played Okami, the mouse Zodiac that's in that has a giant sword, and when I played Okami as a little kid, I was like, oh haha, that's really cute. My Zodiac is a mouse. I guess that just means I'm tiny, but I got a big sword, and ever since then I've associated myself that kind of a way. But it works with the aesthetic, honestly. I look super cool with a giant blade. Especially with like the whole Lolita thing. Dude. That's why it's accurate. Oh my god, 3 a.m. Please remember to get the sleep that you need. I never played a Souls game, but I want to. Ugh. I had Bloodborne at one point, and then I think my brother accidentally mixed it back within his stuff whenever he moved. I had Bloodborne at one point. I love scythes. They're so cool. Oh, that's, of course, Okami is... Amaterasu is adorable. They made her so fucking cute. That game is really cute, and it's also partially responsible for some of my fear of the ocean. If you know, you know. If you don't, that's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I've heard very good things about Armor Core. I've heard that there's a character that's named Raven as well. Is that right? Am I thinking about something else? I'm willing to read lines from characters that I share a name with in different video games and media. It's mostly video games. Technically, yes. Technically, yes. Unless I am role-playing into that of a particular character. Like when we play Metal Gear Solid, I'm not playing me, I'm playing Snake. I'm playing Snake. Poorly, but I'm still playing Snake specifically. Well, it's what I am. It's what I am. I am a little bird. I like shiny little things, like little bells. I pretty much have the diet of I pretty much have a diet of wild city carrion at this point. A lot of sun-cured meats, berries, on the occasion, junk food when I allow myself. Ooh, good choice. Oh, that's a tough one, actually. Because if it's gonna cover everything, I've technically fought God and Satan, Binding of Isaac, countless times. Um. What's. Okay, does Bayonetta just use magic? Or does she technically use the weapon that is her magically enchanted hair? Because there's some other stuff that she can do, like summoning other demons and Princess of Hell. And if I can do that, I think I'm solid. I think I'm solid. If I get access to the rest of her arsenal as well, like, yeah, no, it's over. The magic hair, though, I think would be enough. That's the equivalent of giving me, like, the magic invisible arms from Elfin Lied. Which, like... Actually, yeah, I could just do that. If I could only pick one weapon, I'd pick the impossibly strong invisible arms from Elfin Lied. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. I would go for Lucy's, who has like 50 of them. Yeah, I just do that. Magic invisible arms, eventually coated in countless layers of blood and viscera. It's a much better explanation than the hair. It's like, actually, yeah, you know what? I can see you being a character in Elfin Lied. Don't say that. Don't say that. You just... I've read the manga. I don't want to be in that world. I don't want to go. Can you believe 12-year-old me watched the anime and was like, no, you know what, actually, that's not enough for me. I'm gonna read the over 60 chapter manga. Which also has worse versions of some of the scenes that were in the anime. Blessed are the children that take on forbidden knowledge. I mean, that is pretty badass. I agree with you, that is pretty badass. I wanted to think utilitarian, because I'm just like, there's some stuff I also don't want to get close to that I've killed in video games. I don't want to be anywhere fucking near it. 50-yard long, 50 invisible arms. I can just rip it apart. I don't even have to look at it. Just sheer overwhelming force. Mwah. Excellent. The line of questioning for superpowers or Elven Lied, which one do you like turned out? I feel like okay, if I was to be actually critical of it for a second, if I was to actually be critical of it, I feel like the hopeful ending of Elven Lied, in both the context of the anime and the manga, is a little bit too bittersweet. There's a few too many fucked up things that happen just to happen for it to really feel worth it. Now, if you want something that I feel is a very good compare and contrasting to that, especially being a story very specifically about how women suffer, Claymore is a story that hits it significantly better, in my opinion, while still facing the same demons. Wait, does Kratos count as a weapon? Just the whole man. I'm sure you could pick him up and throw him around and just use him as a weapon. I'm pretty sure, honestly. Debauchery. No. No. That's not why I read Elven Light. For some reason, God, did anybody else go through that really weird phase as a probably exposed to the internet too young of a person, where you were just like, I'm just gonna traumatize myself until I mentally age, and then I'll be the equivalent of an adult? Yeah, just girly things. Just girly things. God rest in peace, Ron.com. You turned me into the person I am today. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was like, it was pretty much age 8 through like... sometimes I still look at things that just traumatize me on the internet. 8 was the youngest I had like full unsupervised. It went real bad real fast. But you know, every now and again, you just kind of go down a rabbit hole. Like, you start off with those, like, dash cam car crash videos, and it really quickly descends into, like, you know, people bare fist fighting each other on Ring doorbell cameras. Well, welcome in, Agent. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your lurk. Don't forget to take some time to take care of yourself, as it is oh so important to do so. Sorry, I gave myself the giggles. Thank you all to the insane amount of people that have followed recently. Funny little piece of trivia about me, kind of in the kind of way. I have a really horrible tendency to nervous laugh. And so, especially if I start thinking about traumatic things, my coping mechanism may seem a little inappropriate. Don't worry, it's okay. Just think of me as Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. Just think of me like that, because that's pretty much just what it is. Inappropriate laughter at inappropriate times. This is why I'm not allowed in public. It just shows you the full thing. Oh my god. Or it's just, it is like you get sorted into medical information content of a variety. You get sorted into that category. And then you start getting recommended videos that have like censors on them where they're like, hey, are you sure you want to look at this? Are you sure you want to look at this? And you're like, well, yeah. I mean, what's it gonna be? And that instead of being, you know, just kind of a diagram of what kidney stones are, they show you like the worst possible scenario of like somebody having surgery, having the kidney removed, that is just like filled up with them, and it's a lot. It just ends up being a lot. They do not know how to meter it. Apparently there is a term now to describe basically when your recommended page on any social media hallucinates and starts giving you like, I'm gonna describe as like weirdly toxic content, if that makes sense, you know? There's apparently a term to describe it. I don't know what it is though, and I'm very curious. There's a long Japanese sword called Hodachi. Let's go talk about this. But like, how long though? Normal blades are like a little over 3 feet, right? I feel like we all are. I feel like we all are. But I haven't gotten a call from anybody, and as far as I'm aware, no governmental force can reach us in nowhere, so we'll be okay. We'll be okay. I'm not high risk or anything. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh my god. You know what I miss? I miss armored games. I miss all of the games that were on there. There were some that were also just trauma material. But I really liked Fancy Pants, that really fun little stick figure animated 2D platformer. That was fun. Excuse me. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. Sorry about that. We're better. We're better. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Traumatizing content on the internet. I get so nervous. I get so nervous interacting with people now. I've seen the internet in so many different forms over the years. I get so nervous. Sometimes I can't tell if people are trying to make jokes and just aren't very funny, or if they're like actually crazy. I think I give people a little too much credit too. Have you ever felt that way? You've seen maybe just like an interaction on a comment section or something, and you're just like, oh wow, this is some wild stuff. This is some wild, wild stuff. And then you just keep going further and further, and you're like, oh, I think these two people are messing with each other, but are also very deeply unwell individuals. Oops. I stumbled across something that should have stayed in somebody's diary. Crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They put me in a room with rats. It was a rubber room with rats, and the rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a room. It was a rubber room with rats, but the rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room with rats, and the rats made me crazy. It's not ready to go to your mom to doxy. Yeah, that's also a pretty good example of people that are just like really, really mentally unwell. Okay. Because some people get really defensive about this. This is why, in my heart of hearts, I truly, fundamentally believe that the internet is not a place for kids. Not only is it really, really hard to regulate safe spaces for children on the internet is the place for crazy people. And if you just happen to be really crazy as a child and unfortunately have to retreat to the internet, I'm sorry for whatever trauma you incur. I speak from experience. Because that's just what's going to happen. You're going to be dealing with things that you do not have the mental capacity to be dealing with, which is other crazy people. But that's why I'm just like, the internet is for people who are kind of unwell, and I think that that's okay. We can find equilibrium when it's just us, but it's when completely normal people and too many children get mixed into everything, and that's where everything has absolutely gone to hell. I'd like to request if there would be something like rain background sounds. Oh, would you like some rain? Well, we are going to be reading the story after we come back from the ad break on the hour, we can switch over to some nice fire and thunderstorm sounds if you would like. We can do that. We can do that. I have to put down my dice very gently. Well, considering the fact that Markiplier has never made content for children, there is a possible correlation to different things. Okay, because that's the other thing that I feel like some people don't understand. Like, exposing yourself to content that is above your pay grade, so to say, in those kinds of ways, it's not necessarily beneficial for the mind, where I think some people are like, oh, I can digest more mature kind of stuff. It's unless you're really talking to people about it, and this is kind of the idea of like a label like PG-13, is that it's, you know, kids that are 13 can watch this, but your parents should be talking to you about the content that you are taking in and everything, you know? With unregulated access to the internet, you are probably taking in vast majority what is intended specifically to be content for adults. Stuff that's above pay grade if you're a child, you know? I know it's goofy. I know it may seem goofy, but like that does change how you approach things and how you process things. And I don't, from personal experience, I gotta be honest with you, I don't think it is inherently a better way to mature. I think it's actually quite detrimental for most people. Letting people be kids and only being really like metered in what they're exposed to so that things can develop more healthily, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I just don't want us to lie to ourselves and be like, nah, my unsupervised internet access was fine. Bruh, statistically, probably not. Statistically, probably not. Museum cuz Max Python. That did. Oh man. Oh. We had noodles, stir-fry noodles for dinner, but I kind of do want some chicken nuggets. I wanted some chicken nuggets earlier. I gotta make tea. I'll put all of that on whenever we go on break. I'm not a McDee's kind of person. I never have been. I think I've only had food there once or twice in my entire life. I like Taco Bell and I like Sonic because of their sides. I could fuck up some like popcorn chicken though right now. I could always fuck up popcorn chicken. What am I talking about? Welcome in after the dawn. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. That's, oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Thank you all for the incredible and generous support. My heart doesn't know how to feel with people being cool and liking the stuff that I do. I kept telling myself for years, I was just like, I just haven't found my audience yet. I just haven't found my audience yet, and now that I have, I'm like, where did you all come from? Where did you come from? I also must say, I'm very happy how popular I am with the queers. Hi. I'm glad we're all finding each other now. I just have changed my name to Popcorn. How? No talking, only crunching. Munch, munch. That's all that would happen. That's all that would happen. I would just devour with honey mustard. Okay, somebody has to have it. What is the audio? What is the audio that I'm thinking of? Every time that I think honey mustard, I'm just like, with the honey mustard? What am I thinking of? Where does the brain rot come from? Tell me. I can't find it right now. Because there's the macaroni with the chicken strips. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. We are. We are. Have a good night, Ember. Thank you for joining us. I hope you have a lovely, lovely rest of your night. Goodbye. Goodbye. Where's my waving? There it is. Goodbye. Good night. But with that, my dear, lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers. Hell yeah. We do have an ad break that is about to play, and to make sure that nobody misses a thing, we are going to take a very quick break. I will leave you with some music while we are gone, and until then, take some time to take care of yourself, as it is oh so important to do so. See you soon, and enjoy the tunes. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, my tea took a second longer than I meant it to. Welcome back. Are we ready for a scary story? Are we ready? Are we ready? I almost forgot to put my rings back on. 1 sec. I really like the kind of like chaos or chaotic sounds. Thank you, thank you. I really like the chaotic sounds in. Alright, I've done a little bit of ASMR reconnaissance. I kind of like when things are a little bit like overstimulating. I found that out. Because I'm also not usually trying to sleep or anything. ASMR is usually there to actually keep me like focused and locked in a weird way. I like it. I like it when it's just like constant sound. I found that out recently. Because I was watching back one of my VODs and I was like, oh, I was watching it on 1.5 speed, obviously, so I could go through it, and I was like, oh, this is like, I can actually like sit and listen to this. I can actually sit and listen to this. This is great. Alright. Let me get everything set up. We were also going to switch to a different ambient background track as per the request of the Dust Bunnies. There it is. There it is. Alright, let me know if we need to adjust this one at all. It should sound like you are in a beautiful study. The fireplace in the corner crackles away, and the storm rages just beyond the thin window panes. I am a big fan of horror ASMR specifically, and I was very happy to discover that it was a thing. And a thing that people were really, really excited for. Alright, if that's at a good level, our rain and thunderstorm sounds, crackling fireplace, 3 hour, is provided to us tonight by the Guild of Ambience on YouTube. Fantastic background ambient tracks for all your desires. Tonight, on our program, we will be continuing the Search and Rescue series, starting with part 6 and ending with part 8 in its entirety. These stories are a little bit longer, but along with that, I believe all 3 from here on out have not safe for work warnings on them, which, if you are unfamiliar with No Sleep's usual attachment to that of stories, either has to highlight that there's sexual violence of some kind in the story, or horribly graphic things happening to children. Now, obviously, the whole idea here is that we're here to be scared a little bit and play up the ASMR sensations. But if for any reason that the story takes a turn and is no longer your cup of tea, please prioritize yourself, prioritize your mental health and your well-being. Take a little break if you need to, and feel free to come back later. But there's no need to force trauma upon yourself. We were talking about that earlier. We're here for an appreciation of the horror, not to actually be harmed by it. So without further ado, testing. I'm sorry, there's a little Kirby keychain hanging from my microphone. I have to move it slightly out of the way to see my volume bar every now and again. And how about we really set the ambience? There we go. out as a rookie, no one told me a lot about the job in terms of weird things that could happen. I'm assuming this was largely to prevent me from freaking out and abandoning the park. But a few months into my service, a friend and I were drunk at a party, and he opened up a bit. Yeah, it can get a little crazy out there, I guess. I think the worst ones are the ones where people die when they just shouldn't, you know? Or when we find them dead, like 10 minutes after someone says they last saw them. They were fine when I passed them on the switchback, I swear. That sort of thing. Like, take this guy, who I found one spring, out on a really, really popular trail. Someone comes up to the VC, freaking out about some guy who's lying in the middle of the path in a giant pool of blood. So we run out there and we find the guy dead as a doornail, which he absolutely should be because the back of his head is all smashed in. The skull is decimated, brains are leaking out like custard filling, and the guy's old. So you figure, yeah, he probably fell and he just hit his head. Old people fall all the time, it's no big deal. Except that this area, if he fell, doesn't have any big rocks or anything. There's not even any stumps or branches, and on top of that, there's no blood trail. So he clearly died where he fell. Now that's when you think murder, you know? But there were people just out of the line of sight with this guy. If someone came up behind him and murdered him, there's no way they wouldn't have heard. And again, if somebody had, there'd be a blood trail splatter all over the place, but everyone on the scene said it looked exactly like he had fallen and smashed his head on a rock. So what the fuck hit him on the head like that? And then there was this lady that I found in a different park 5 years ago, back when I was upstate. We found her in the middle of a stand of big junipers, curled around the trunk like she was hugging it. We picked her up to move her, and a fucking waterfall comes out of her mouth, splashes all over my shoes. Her clothes are dry, her hair is dry, everything is dry, but the amount of water in her lungs and her stomach was phenomenal. Unreal, man. Coroner's report says the cause of death was drowning. Her lungs were completely filled with water. This even though we're in the middle of the high desert and there's no body of water for miles, no puddles, nothing. No sign of anyone else being out there. I mean, yeah, it's possible they were murdered, but why go out of their way to do it like this? Why not just stab them and be done with it? I don't know. It just sits weird with me. Now, of course, that freaked me out a little, but we were wasted. I guess I just sort of wrote it off as a fluke. I also assumed that there was an exaggeration since, aforementioned wastedness. After this, we jump into another story. But welcome in, Lifted Pixel. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi, everybody. I see you chatting away. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, hello, Lifted. I hope you're having a lovely, 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 lovely Wednesday night. Welcome in. It's not that it's color. It's supposed to be a little candle burning. It's supposed to be a very spooky little candle. That's what it is. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Reload. I've heard our dog wants filling guts like custard. I know, right? Really, really makes me want like a custard donut. I can't even fuck with you right now. I want a custard donut so bad. No, that's completely fair. That's completely fair. Understandable. After this one, we jump into another explanation and another story, so I am going to take a second to hydrate. Kind reminder to hydrate to all of the dust bunnies that are spending time with us. Only probably half the amount of times else that I've mentioned that Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is my favorite game of all time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're making piss around here, brother. Glugs all around. I'm also gonna stretch. I love Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Ooh, hypothetically, we could do a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines in real-time play-along. Because it takes place over the course of 4 days, starting on October 22nd. No, not 4 days, 8 days, obviously, duh. It takes place over the course of 8 days, starting on October 22nd, with the final night being Halloween, or the night before Halloween. Oh, that's my go-to. Sorry, I'm stretching really deep right now. Sorry. Don't be weird about it, but never say I don't give you fan service. Malkavian is my #1 choice. Lasombra and Malkavian are my top 2, but Malkavian is what I always prefer in Bloodlines. I feel like it's genuinely such a prime experience of that game, outside of a specific role-playing aspects. Malkavian, Nosferatu, and Bruja, I think, is the next one down that has the most differences in the way that you play it. But people do treat you differently depending on the clan that you play as. I've played all of them at least 3 times. I love that fucking game, dude. I love that game. There is, like, clan differences that are really fun to come across. And I think the Fan Plus patch has added back a couple of things that may have been cut initially, having to do with how people interact with you. Love the guy that does that. Fucking 22 years on. Fucking 22 years on, and he's still making updates for that patch. God bless him. You don't need bribe money. We'll play all the spooky games eventually. That's all I do is play horror games, don't you know? Okay, I'm nice and stretched out again. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. And we're gonna move on to our next story. Oops. I'm so sorry that it censored you there, Safe. Sorry about that. That is, okay. I love Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, but I need people to stop pretending like it's a perfect game. One of the most fundamentally flawed parts of that game is that it builds itself up as the appropriate social and political simulator that it's supposed to be, and then the final major climactic act of the game is nothing but combat that even with a very well leveled up combat character, you will have an insanely hard time with one of the fights, to the point where most people cheese it by giving themselves one of the Tremere abilities. This is a very well-known thing amongst Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines players. It does not communicate this very well, because you can navigate that game as almost every clan, and be really... I believe my food is here, 1 second, and be very sneaky. Okay, 1 second. Thank you for your patience, everybody. My snackage has arrived. It's gotta cool. It's gotta cool. I can't eat it yet. It's gotta cool. I like reminding people, strangely enough, that Vampire the Masquerade is not a perfect game, and that's the thing that makes it perfect, is most of the stuff that people criticize random games for, like, oh, this thing was glitchy, oh, this thing doesn't work, oh, the game doesn't communicate this. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is 100% guilty of doing that. I have watched people stumble through that game like it was a fucking dream fugue state. They did not retain any of the story, but they still somehow completed it by bashing their skull into a wall over and over again. But that's what we have to understand. That's what makes a good Vampire the Masquerade game, whether it's a single-player experience or it's the tabletop experience. I love that fucking game, but it's busted now. For dinner we had stir-fry noodles, but I was still really hungry for some reason. And so we have chicken nuggets, hash browns, and I also have a big bowl of strawberries. I think so too, but for some reason Bloodlines gets put up on this just insane pedestal of stuff, and people very frequently lie to themselves about aspects about the game. It's also, like, for the record, it's not a very good Vampire the Masquerade experience outside of... Okay, I think it sets a strange precedent for it, because Vampire the Masquerade is a multiplayer tabletop game. You are supposed to play as a vampire that is a part of a coterie. You're supposed to play as a team of vampires, you know. Vampire the Masquerade does not even pretend like it gives a shit about telling you about this. And in a way, very poorly represents how that would actually happen in the canon. A newly embraced fledgling is not just going to be let out onto the streets of Hollywood. They are going to be followed every step of the way. You are going to have a personal escort for a little while. You will have to be checking in with people regularly. They will know where you are. There will be no point when you are out of sight or out of mind. That game lets you get away with... You should not be able to get away with a single masquerade violation. You can get away with up to 6 before the fucking Second Inquisition comes down your throat, okay? I didn't mean to say it like that. 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 That's what they do. That's what they do, technically. I didn't mean to say it like that. I'm gonna go back to the stories now. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. I like Bloodlines for how buggy and puzzly it is. I love it. I love its stupid puzzles that sometimes don't make any sense. It really is. That shit takes a course over 8 nights. 1 week. 1 week you go from a fledgling to the equivalent of a fucking... You level up very quickly. You level up very quickly. The protagonist is nothing if not spongy. There's an issue with the way you said it. Oops. I said the Second Inquisition comes down their throat, which is a little distasteful. Anyway. Back to our story, which I did also just remember. Wait a second. If you would like to follow along with us, we are currently reading I'm a Search and Rescue Officer, Part 6. I'll pin it at the top of chat if you guys want to read along. Apparently not. The vampires go at their throats, the Second Inquisition goes in. Alright. I'm a professional. I pretend to be a professional. Of course, that's easier said than done. This happened about 6 months after the conversation with my friend at the bar, and up until that point, I hadn't had a lot of really weird things go down. A few things here and there, and of course the stares, but it's amazingly easy to get used to stuff like that when it's treated as if it's normal. This case was a little different. A man with Down syndrome in his 20s went missing after his family lost sight of him on a major path. That was odd in and of itself, because the guy never left his parents' side. She was absolutely convinced that he had been kidnapped, and unfortunately a ranger who isn't with the park anymore insinuated that no one was going to kidnap someone like that. Not very tactful, to say the least. We wasted a lot of time trying to calm her down enough to get information about him, and then we put out an unofficial missing persons call. Because of the urgency of the situation, him being mostly unable to function alone, we had the local police come in and help us. We didn't find him in the first night, which was heartbreaking. None of us wanted to think of him being alone out there. We assumed he just kept wandering and was staying ahead of us. We brought out our helices the next day and spotted him in a little canyon. I helped bring him back up, but he was in bad shape, and I think we all knew he wasn't going to make it. He'd fallen and broken his spine, and he couldn't feel his lower half. He'd also broken both of his legs, one at the femur, and he'd lost a lot of blood. He was confused and scared while he was alone, so he probably exacerbated the injuries by dragging himself a little ways. I know it sounds awful, but while I was riding in the copter with him, I asked him why he'd wandered off. I just wanted something to tell his mother to let her know that it wasn't her fault, because he was fading so quickly. I didn't think she'd get to ask him. He was crying, and he said something about how the little sad boy had wanted him to come play. He said the little boy wanted to trade so that he could go home. Then he closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was in the canyon. I'm not sure what exactly he said, but it was what I thought the gist of it was. He just kept crying, asking where his mother was. And I held his hand, and I tried my best to keep him calm. It was cold out there. He just kept saying that. It was cold out there. My legs were frozen. I was cold out there. It's cold in me. He was getting even weaker, so he eventually stopped talking and closed his eyes for a while. Then when we were about 5 minutes from the hospital, he looked at me with these big tears running down his face. He said, "Mama won't see me anymore. I love Mama. I wish she was here." And he closed his eyes and he just never woke up. It was horrible. I don't like talking about it. That case was one of the first ones that really rattled me. What did you think of that one? I may be a little bit marshmallow-hearted today. Oh no. These ones have been really rough on me when we've been reading them, because a lot of them are just so sad. Welcome in, Potato. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Hi. We are currently reading I'm a Search and Rescue Officer, Part 6. If you'd like to follow along, we've got it pinned at the top of chat. Wait, do I have it pinned right, actually? I'm gonna make sure. I do. Good night, Reload. Got a chicken nugget. Oh my gosh. Good luck, chicken nugget. I hope you have a lovely night, and I hope that everything goes well. favorite monster. I got a strawberry coconut water. And I got a bunch of snacks. Sorry. I was getting excited. I started talking louder. I don't think so. I don't think it's low-key funny. It's supposed to be a horror story because of how sad that it is. Are you just laughing because it was a man with a particular condition? That's horribly distasteful. That's horribly distasteful. He fell down he got spirited away into a canyon, and then the spirit snapped his fucking spine. I don't like how many O's that has. That's distasteful. I'm gonna sip some tea and judge you. Oh fuck yeah, dude. People are silly. People are silly. Our next story. That's a part of part 6. Because of how badly it had affected me, I reached out to a senior ranger who had ended up helping me through it. As time went on, we got to know each other better. He ended up sharing one of his own stories with me. It was disturbing, but it helped to know that I wasn't the only one affected by the things going on out there. I think this must have happened before you got here. Because I think if it had happened while you were here, you'd have remembered it. I know it didn't end up on the news for some reason, but I think most people who have been here long enough know about it. The park sold off a portion of land to a logging company. It was a real controversial thing, but it wasn't that large or old of a plot. And it was right after the recession, so we just needed the cash bad. Anyway, they were felling this plot of land, and we get this call that we need to get our supervisors out right away. I don't know why, but they ended up sending me and a few other guys along with the heads, I guess for power and numbers, to see what was up. We got there, and these guys are crowded around a tree that they just cut down. They're all pissed off and freaking out, and the foreman comes over and says he wants to know what we think we're up to. What the hell do you think this is? Is some kind of sick fucking joke to you? You got a lot of fucking nerve pulling this shit. We bought this land fair and square. Well, we don't know what the hell he's talking about. So he brings us over to this felled tree and points at it and tells us that when they cut it down, it was just like this, and they'll be damned if they put it in there. The inside of the tree was all rotted out and hollow in one spot, and when they cut it down and exposed the chamber inside of it was a hand. Like a perfectly severed hand, and it looks like it's actually fused with the inside of the tree. Well, now we think that they're pulling a joke, so we tell them that we don't like being fucked with, and we start to leave, but they tell us they've already called the cops, and that they'll do the right on the meeting. Sorry, excuse me. Take two. And that they'll go right to the media if we don't stick around. Well, that gets the heads' attention, so they stick around and talk to the police about it. Everyone is denying that they put the hand in there, and besides, how would anyone have even done that? It's clearly a real hand, but it's not mummified or skeletal. It's brand new, probably not even a day old, and it's definitely fused with the wood. You can see that it's coming right out of it. The lodgers, they insist that they didn't put it there, this fresh human hand ended up fused inside of the living tree. The cops have them cut the section of the tree into a movable chunk, and then they take it away. Area is closed off. There is a pretty big investigation, but I know they didn't get any answers. Now it's become this legend, and as far as I know, they haven't sold any more property for lodging. Logging, not lodging. Oh, are you getting a new... What kind? What kind are you getting, Potato? I have my eyes on a couple, because I am a little bit of a mic freak. Welcome in, Charo. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Welcome in. Hi. I have a hard time keeping track of it, but I did come across a very, very helpful chart recently for describing the different types of microphones, and it helped me understand something a little bit more about the mic that I have, actually. Let me see if I can find it. You're getting the... I want it so bad. I want it so bad. That's not fair. Give it. Fuck! Okay. Hold on. Deranged ASMR yapping for a second. Let me find the fucking chart. Got ice cream. Congratulations, Ember. Welcome back. I got 280. Oh, fuck yeah. Kick ass. You got anything particular planned for it? Got any special treats you gonna get? It is, but God, it's so worth it. It's such a glorious microphone. It's amazing. Okay, I gotta find the chart real quick because it was very helpful. I'm a very visual person, and even though I can visualize things in my head, when it comes to understanding things on a technical level, I need charts. Brother. I need them. Where the fuck is it? Oh no, I can't find it. Oh fuck, okay. I must not have saved it. Never mind, here it is. Okay. I'll even link it because it's from Watch Holly, which is an informational content creator who's very, very good to follow. But let me see. Okay. If I remember right, because this is also true for the shrew, very specifically the what is the model number? SM7B. This is also true for that one. It is a dynamic mic with cardioidic, CARDIOID directional capabilities, which means there's basically like a bubble of space around the front of the mic where it will pick up audio the most. Now, right now, I am a little bit too close, but that's kind of the point, because what I want to be picking up are the natural, because this is the Elgato Wave XD. I like to call it the XD. It's the DX, but it's the XD in my head because XD random. Duh. So it's like there is a bubble at the very end of the mic that inputs sound. This is me facing into the receiver. I can, however, put it to the side though and talk at it at an angle so I don't get the impacts from my breath nearly as much. I kind of can't decide which one I like better. Do you like it when I'm talking right into your ear? Or if I'm just kind of over your shoulder, whispering nearer? They're very different. I must also let you know that the better mic and input system I have, very specifically an M-Track Solo preamplifier that my mic is plugged into, the better that your mic itself and your preamp or your XLR system is, the less filters you have to put onto it in OBS. Or any other program for that matter. Filters are kind of your space to fill in when a mic is not quite up to snuff for what you got. I want the Shrew SM7B, because that's basically the perfect version of this microphone. Same kind of system with the way that it picks up sound, but it's way better for singing. It's way better for singing, and it sounds so good. It sounds so good when you sing into it. Oh, it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. It's so good. It's so good. I'm a little bit of an audio freak, even if I don't fully understand everything. I have a condenser mic right now, so I'm used to it gathering everything. Ooh, it's a very big difference. It's a very big difference. I think it's like the breathing because it makes me feel a little Wait, just being like close up to the mic. Really? I think there is an inherent... I think there is something inherent about these types of mics with actually really accurately picking up just nice, clear talking. And that in of itself can trigger ASMR if you just have a pleasant to listen to voice and maybe over enunciate a little bit because you had to do speech therapy as a kid, then maybe it's just really good at that. But it's dynamic and I love it. Okay, dream ASMR setup, I kid you not, is legitimately Shrew mic up above everything. This guy, the Elgato Wave XD, as my like item or fidget input for sound, and then the little multi-directional mic from 3DO. That's my dream fucking setup. That's my dream setup right there. I would love that. It would be like so sickeningly good. I need one of those big content creators to adopt me and give me money. Sponsor my projects, please. I'm begging you. I need sponsors so bad, but I don't want like HelloFresh or some fucking antiquated bullshit like that. I just want somebody who sees the potential that I have and it's just like, here, bank account. That's what I want. Now it is for me once I get it. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I don't have it on the throne because I feel a little bit guilty. Because I don't need it. It's a dream right now. I do have the 3DO mic on the throne though. Because I don't have one of those, and I think it would be really cool to have one of those. Oh, holy shit. You're betting all your winnings on the next game? I don't think I need to wish you luck on anything like that. Mexico is kicking ass right now. I think you're good. It's a need. What do you mean? I mean, there's some other pieces of equipment that I would like first, personally. I also need to find an XLR system because the one that everybody uses because it's good doesn't exist anymore. The company doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't support it. They switched to doing some other bullshit. Literally released the best XLR system, made a mini version of it, which is just as good as the full version, especially if you already have like filter programs, which I do. Angry little rat hands, angry little rat hands. And then they stopped making it. The bastards. The bastards. I like microphones. I like microphones a lot. I would like a directional one. I think I do deserve the directional one. I'll get the shrew one later. Right now I want my 3DO. I think the ears are silly. Sorry. I may have given myself a little tummy ache from getting so excited. I need to recalibrate before we read the last story that's a part of part 6. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. I get really hyped up about creation and the tools that make creation possible. Because that's the other thing that I dream of with both the shrew mic and the 3DO one. I have a couple of short horror film scripts that I've been working on for a while. No, you can't see them. No. Not in their current state, at least, good God. I've got a couple, and because sound is something that's so important to me, I love the idea that the 3DO mics are designed to pick up, obviously, 3D immersive environmental sounds. And so I could just put that in the middle of whatever space that we're in and get the background sound that particular ambience all on its own, and then use the more targeted mics to actually pick up what the characters are saying, or more specific sounds or whatever. Like, you know, hypothetically, if it was a short film about somebody who killed somebody and was trying to dispose of the body in a particular way, you know? That's pretty accurate. I like to think of it that we're in my little reading nook where I've got a big comfy chair and a little tea table with all of my fidgets laid out and everything. That's what I like to think, especially when we've got this particular background track. See, I want to do things. I am just mentally and physically ill and require some kind of a sponsor. If you can at least sponsor lunch. Let me get Taco Bell like a few days in a row and I will have you a short film. I kind of wish that was a joke. I was really productive whenever I could just get like fast food whenever I wanted to. I mean, yeah, but like, I mean, for more of the content-brained kind of people, it'd be crazy if we had like 3-dimensional sound, hypnotic frequency, ASMR RP. I'd be crazy. I'd be fucking crazy. I do need to start building a proper sound booth. Sorry. I need your fries, please. Give me those nacho fries. Give me those nacho fries. It'll never be enough. I'm so sorry. It'll never be enough. Not specifically for the short film. No, just for me. Just for me. Alright. We're silly here. We like silly, scary stories. The last pop story, that is a part of Search and Rescue, part 6. As you all know, I went to a training seminar recently and heard some amazing and horrible things there. One of the guys I talked to while I was there told me that when we were all around the campfire one night, we were both pretty drunk. You'll see a pattern here when we me some fun stories. He told me this one. Me and this other guy were out on a field search because of some camper's reported screaming noises at night. So we head out there to look for whatever the fucking mountain lion has wandered into the area. And I'm pissed. We've had 3 of them show up in the camping areas that year alone. I'm getting tired as hell of constantly having to deal with them. Plus, I don't like them anyway. They're a pain in the ass, and they're loud, and they scare the shit out of me. Fucking cats, man. I'm groaning about it to this guy I'm with, and he thinks he's real fucking Ryan. So we're seeing all these broken branches, and what looks like dents, and we're pretty sure that we know where this thing is. I call in, and they tell me to confirm if possible, which, you know, just means they want us to step in a big pile of something and use that as proof. I'm not seeing any, though. So I basically just tell them to shove it. I'm done. We know that damn thing's out there somewhere, even if I'm not stepping into whatever. Guy I'm with wanders off, or whatever, and I stay behind watching this little burrow under a tree. If maybe a fox or something is living under it. Because I love foxes, man. They're cute as hell. But I'm watching this tree and I start hearing branches crackling. And it's coming from the direction my partner went opposite of. Now, I've got my pistol, but you and I both know that's not gonna do shit against a cat. I cock it, holler for my partner to get his dumb ass back, but he's too far and he can't hear me. I stand up and get my sights on the thing, whatever it is that's approaching. And I tell you, this guy is coming towards me, and he is backflipping through the fucking woods. Like, instead of walking, he's doing these crazy fucking backflips. I swear to God, he's cleared every log and bush in his path. It was like he knew right where he was going. I tell the guy to stop where he is, and I'm pointing a gun right at him, but he just keeps coming. And I'm just kind of lost it. I shot at the ground in front of him, and it was a dumb fucking thing to do. He just keeps coming. I didn't want him anywhere near me. When I fired, he was about 50 yards away, and as soon as the gun goes off, he whirls around and goes off, backflipping back into the woods. My partner hears my gun go off and runs back, asks what up. I tell him that there's some fucking weirdo out here hopping up on God knows what. We need to get the hell out of here. I let the cops know what happened, and I didn't get in trouble for firing, but man, I don't know what that guy was on, but I've never seen anything like that before. Shit was absolutely crazy. I think we can agree that there's stuff going on out here in the woods, and while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all of this is that it's so damn important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of things. I know a lot of you think that you're invincible. Fuck. But the fact is that you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd imagine. And that is the end of part 6. What do you think? What do you think? Did you enjoy that one? That's not the right button. Hold on. We'll read part 7 in a second. I feel like your little S is a little sharp with how you're facing the mic. That might just be because of my slight speech impediment. I can lay off a little bit, though. I can lay off a little bit. I can do that. Oh, thank you, thank you. I laughed at the guy this time. Stop posing. Fucking quit, brother. Get a different job. Oh, I haven't been reading the comments, have I? Saving for later. The beings you're talking about could be skinwalkers. They look almost just like us, and they have something just wrong about them. I've never seen them. They never seem to get being human just right. Oh, it's always skinwalkers in r/no sleep, man. It's always skinwalkers. Every time, every time. I'm crazy. You can also turn the mind for 5 degrees. I know. That's what I was talking about earlier. So normally, especially with how loud I get on our regular streams, I have my mic positioned just to my left, and I have the microphone itself like pointed at my mouth, but I'm like usually facing forward to get some more little like voice crackly kind of noises. I like to have it like right in front of me for these. But sometimes I do get really into the reading and I forget that if I'm right here, I should probably just be whispering like this. But I get excited really easily, especially about reading scary stories. I have an anxiety disorder, but the brain does not know the difference between the set of chemicals that's released for excitement or anxiety. That's a lot of crossed wires. Don't worry. I'm a not being paid currently professional. I practice safe whispering, which yes, you can do. A lot of it just has to do with breathing. You don't have to whisper in a way where you are clenching your larynx. You don't have to do that. You can breathe. You can keep your soft palate lifted. You can keep all of your air channels open. It is possible. But of course, any kind of very intensive muscle focus in that area will cause strain eventually. So remember to take breaks and to hydrate. So with that, my dear lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers, we have an ad break that is about to play. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you are enjoying your time with us. We are going to take a moment to let the ads play, so none of you miss a thing. And when we come back, we will start reading part 7. See you soon, and enjoy the music. Welcome back from the break, everyone. Hi. I think I need to adjust something. I do believe I need to adjust something. Give me... Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I definitely need to. Holy moly, what's laggy over here? What's going on? I tried to set up the mathematical center of my whole setup today. I put everything in the middle as much as I could. Okay, there we go. Except for... Wait, what except friends? What except friends? What are you talking about? Welcome back, everybody. Hello. Hello. That still feels like that's off-center. That's so weird. Trying to figure out exactly where to get the camera set is always like so difficult for me. I don't know where middle is. I don't. There we go. Have a lovely night, Zane. Thank you for hanging out with us. I hope you get the rest that you need. I hope you have a lovely, lovely rest of your evening. Don't forget to stay hydrated and get yourself a snack, because you deserve it. Oh, and thank you for the compliment a minute ago. I'm so sorry. I did not see that until just now. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm making sure that everything is still in the right spot. I get so paranoid about this every time I go on to a break or something. Oh, big stretch, big stretch. I stretched out a little bit before I sat down, but I'm gonna stretch out my shoulders. I'm gonna rotate forward, up and back. I'm gonna interlock my fingers, push my palms away from me, and then I'm going to rotate until they're over my head. I'm gonna take my hands and put them behind my head, hoping to stretch out the upper parts of the spine, open up the chest, open up the shoulders. Deep breathing all the while. If we need to yawn, it's okay to yawn. Sometimes our bodies just need that. I made myself a little tired. And kind reminder to stay hydrated. It is. Especially if you're already a little bit tired. Just that little reminder to breathe deeply. That's all it takes. You start to take that deep, open mouth breath, and your jaw stretches, your chest stretches, your diaphragm stretches. And before you know it, you're yawning. Of course, Yoki. What would you like to request? Excuse me, I gave myself hiccups. Oh, those are your toys. You got it. I've got this little guy, which is one of my favorites. He's just a very cute little alien that is filled with beans. I like smush him around like he's a little baked potato. I can make him into a little bit of a maraca. A little bit. That is kind of what it looks like, actually. That little slime alien. Yeah, he does kind of look like that. It's this little. They're called cats versus pickles. They're these very cute little plushes that I think they're specifically designed to be sensory toys, because they all have good weight to them and have these little scratchy beads inside that are very pleasant. This little one is a Kit Kat that looks like an alien, but he's also kind of lumpy like a potato. There was a sensory slime that I saw that was supposed to emulate mashed potatoes, and I did kind of want to get it, because I don't know where the urge entered me, but I have always wish I could just full hand grab a little pile of mashed potatoes and not have a horrible mess, you know? Doesn't that sound so fun? I like slimes, making it where you can handle something you wouldn't be able to otherwise. I do have another one that's a little bigger. She doesn't have as many beans. She makes a little bit she makes a little bit better of a maraca, I think. This one is a little silly. It is a Neato that is shaped like a gummy bear, but it has a very viscous liquid inside of it. So if I squish it, it sounds like that, but if I just kind of shake it, you also get a little bit of my rings in there too, but it just sounds so nice. It does, it does. It almost sounds like that you are just drifting into some cold, quiet, dark place, letting the weight and the pressure compress you. You have to hold it in such a way that the air bubble can bounce back and forth. I kind of wish I could just I'm so scared that I'm gonna hit the mic doing this though, because he's so jiggly. That's another one. That's another one that I think that would be constituted as a chaos stim. I've been learning more about it recently. But I do hope that you liked all of your little sensory toy sounds. I do want more. Obviously. I would love very particularly for one of those little 3D printed slugs that just goes like you know? I would love that. I would love that. Sorry. Kind reminder to stay hydrated, my dear dust bunnies. And I think I'm ready to read our next story. Part 7 did not come with a warning. It just has a strong language tag. So hopefully nothing too terrible happens to anybody. Oh, there's dialogue. Oh, there's dialogue. There's actual, like, sections of dialogue. That's crazy. Okay. Let's get nice and comfy for our next story. This is part 7. One of the topics that I get asked about a lot here and in real life involve things like the rake, the Wendigo, and other related legends. I honestly can't say that I know a lot about any of them, but based on some light reading, and I can say that I've heard stories that seemed to be loosely related to them. You've heard the old adage that legends like that come from somewhere, and I'm sure that's true. But as you all know, I do take things with a grain of salt. You have to out here. It's sort of like working in a hospital, I'd imagine. You could spend all day thinking about how many people have died there, and how there are probably ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, all over the place. But it doesn't do you any good. It just makes it harder for you to do your job. I think a lot of us feel that way, and that's why we try to just go about our work, like everything is fine. Once you get paranoid, there's not really any going back, and a lot of cadets quit because of it. My park especially seems to have a high turnover rate because of the cadets' guarantee. Because the cadets graduate and get so freaked out by everything, and they can't seem to let it go. You have to learn to internalize things and just shut off. I've talked to KD a bit about her experience, because I wanted to know what she thought about the Wendigo. She didn't really have anything in particular to say about it, aside from that she didn't want to think about it that much, but she told me her and her friends had something similar happen. I contacted this person, H, over Skype, and they agreed to talk with me for a bit. They're aware of my work here, and they're fine with me posting the story exactly as they wrote it. I grew up in Central Oregon. That's where a reserve called Warm Springs, about 2 or so hours from where I lived. I only mentioned that because of a lot of people in my area have friends there, and a lot of the land in that area belongs to that tribe. When I was a kid, we used to go up camping there. Not on the reservation, of course, but in that area. I met a lot of kids who grew up there. I got to know one kid really well. His name was Nolan, and we ended up hanging out a lot when our families were in the area. Our folks got to know each other, so we would all get in touch and camp out at the same time. We camped for 2 weeks, so we were out there a long time. I asked him if he necessarily make ASMR content to sleep to. I like to think of it more as anxious tingles to keep you focused and on your toes. But some people have told me that they like to fall asleep to our VODs. I feel like I gave, like, a very, like, that was a lady, though. Like, it wasn't just a feminine. I feel like I gave him a lady's voice. Which I know guys can have lady voices, too. It's not that big of a deal. It's more of the energy I was channeling there. Sorry, I'm catching up with all of my hydrations at the moment. I currently have 4 beverages and 2 snacks. I feel like video game reviews are really easy to sleep to, honestly. We got another one of the Windigooners. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love me a good analog horror deep dive. Especially if I've actually watched it before, and so I know all of, like, the little story beats to it. Sometimes people pick up stuff that I don't. I love getting their different takes. Exactly, exactly. Okay. A continuing of that story. I'm used for the earlier parts, each paragraph being a contained story. Some of them were very, very short. That is not how it seems to be going forward, but I'm still going to take a break at the end of the paragraph so that we can, you know, chit-chat a little bit. Because I like to. This is my way of being able to keep up with all of you. Nobody gets ignored during the ASMR stream. So one year, Nolan and I were out there. I think we must have been like 12 or so. We wanted to go out and camp near the river because we wanted to try night fishing. I think we must have had gotten a third of the mile away from camp, far enough away that we couldn't hear or see anyone else. I do remember that. We were messing around most of the day. I don't really remember much about it, but we ended up building a fire at some point, and I was just so impressed because he had used his flint or something to start it. I'd never seen anyone do that before, so I thought it was pretty cool. I got him to teach me how to do it. We lit some stuff on fire, which, looking back, was very stupid because we're in the middle of the fucking summer. And I remember right where the fire warning was. It was either, like, orange or yellow. Thankfully, we didn't start anything major, and when it got dark, we sat around and talked about whatever it is that 12-year-olds talk about. I don't really remember. What I do remember is that, at some point, he looked over my shoulder at the river and asked me if I could see something. The way our camp was set up, we were about 10 feet from the river, and we were at the widest point, so that was about 20 feet to the other bank. It gets hot up here in the summer, but the water is still cool, which is the most important. I look over my shoulder, and I see something wading into the river from the other side. From where we were, it looks like it was a deer, but we couldn't really tell because of the fire. I got up to look closer, and I saw the pair of antlers, so I figured it was a buck. But I thought it was so weird that it was wading into the water, and that it was heading right for us. And I asked Nolan what he thought about it, what we should do. He looks at the fire with this weird expression, and he tells me to sit down and be quiet. So I do. I've never seen him act this way before. the water, so I wasn't really paying any attention to him. I kept trying to see over his shoulder, but every time I did, he'd sort of hit me on the arm and make me look at him. I was so scared. I remember I was just so confused. And then I hear the deer come out of the water, and I could almost make out what it looked like. I realized I wasn't a deer, because whatever it was walking on 2 legs. I started to get up, but Nolan yanked me back down and talked louder about his television show. I could tell he was just as scared as I was, probably even more. He leaned in and poked the fire with a stick, and he whispered that whatever I do, I shouldn't speak to it. I can't speak to it. I could see it come closer, and it stood right behind Nolan's back. I was about ready to faint, and I think I'd probably have run if I'd been alone. But I didn't want to leave Nolan, so I just kept sitting there, as still as I could, sneaking glances at it. It wasn't that tall, but the way that it carried itself was just wrong. Like its center of balance was all askew. I can't really describe it, but it was like it just kept shifting too far forward. It just stood there behind Nolan for a long time, and eventually Nolan ran out of things to say, and we just sat there in the silence. The fire was crackling away, but I thought I could hear this thing talking in a low voice. I couldn't hear what it was saying. I leaned forward a tiny bit, and it leaned forward too. I couldn't see its face, but I saw its eyes. They were too cloudy and milky, and if you want to know what they look like, imagine any scene in a horror film where the character's possessed, completely whited out. So all I saw were these 2 white eyes floating above Nolan's head, and the vague shape of the antlers coming out of it. I don't know what my face looked like, but at that exact same time, Nolan took off. We both ran non-stop until we got back to the main camp. We both stopped once we were in the front of my dad's RV, and we couldn't see anything chasing us. So we just stood there, caught our breath. I asked him what that thing was, but he said he didn't know. He said that his grandpa had warned him that if anything ever came up to him when he was out in the desert, he was never, ever supposed to talk to it or listen to anything that it said. I wanted to know if we'd heard it talking too. He said the only thing he was able to understand was, "Help you." I think we ended up sleeping in the RV with my parents, and the next night we went back out and didn't see anything. Though that does remind me in a lot of ways of the Wendigo legend. There's a phrase used to describe it that I think fits perfectly, which is that the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely places. I know sometimes when I'm out in the wilds, where I know no one else is around for miles and miles, I get this weird kind of craving that I can't really explain. I don't know if it happens to anybody else, but it's this desire, deep and in between stories. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm a sucker for a big monster in the woods that's got antlers and pushes people to cannibalism. Even more than the stairs. There's something just so fucking cool. Sorry, that was really aggressive. There's something really fucking cool about a carnivorous, cannibalistic monster that looks like a deer. Either because of, like, the folding prion disease, or because it's that idea of deer just explicitly being prey animals, suddenly being turned into cannibalistic monsters. I need to get a new box of throat coat. I should have ordered one today. I didn't. I foobarred. Oh well. Are you all liking the story so far, though? I feel like at this point, they get to a really good spot of balancing being graphic. I am doing a slightly abridged version of them, but I hope it's still good. I actually don't know how much you'll be able to hear. We should do a nice little moment of breathing, I think. Normally, what I would do, because there's a very easy way to balance out the pressure in your larynx, make it to where it's balanced out from above and below. Usually, what I do for it is I have a little straw that I use, and I breathe through that for a minute or two. You can kind of just fake it by just doing very, like, closed mouth breathing, trying to extend it as much as possible, trying to breathe from the diaphragm and let that be where you control your breath from. Yawning is also good. Let's do in through the mouth, out through the mouth. Square breathing. This is where you inhale for the same count, hold the breath for the same count, and exhale at the same count. We can do a count of 4. So you'll inhale, 2, 3, 4. Hold the breath, 2, 3, 4. And exhale, 2, 3, 4. I have a hard time breathing and counting at the same time. I don't know how yoga instructors do it. We'll do a proper count, and then we'll do 3 breaths of just the guided breath, okay? Inhale through the mouth, closed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. And exhale. 2, 3, 4. All together now. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. One more. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Simple way to help balance out the pressure. Another little thing that you can do is that you can hum, but it has to be a particular fluffy kind of hum. You feel this vibration resonance through the front of your face. I like to smile while I hum, because smiling naturally lifts the soft palate, which helps open up that airway even more, so more air and more sound can reverberate through the rest of your skull. That is that resonance, the air pressure coming from the diaphragm, resonating through, up through the vocal cords, and through the head. So when you hum really fluffily, you'll feel this buzzing in your nose and your lips and the front of your face. I've recently learned how to hum in my chest as well, so it makes this very fun little purr kind of feeling. Spore-san, thank you for the head pats. Welcome in. I hope you are having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Prove It. What's the name of the song? Prove It. Okay, good. I did remember my note progression. I personally like Ella Fitzgerald rather than any of the other covers. I really like Ella Fitzgerald, though. She also did Remember Me, which was a collaboration with the Ink Spots. Not Remember Me, maybe that's the name of that song. Maybe you think of me when you are all alone, and maybe you'll ask me to come back again, and maybe I'll say maybe. I'm reclaiming my deep, bassy, throaty kind of jazz era of singing, which is really fun because I've been into really dark gospel lately too. It works for both styles really well. I want to learn, what are they? I think they're considered folk, but southern black folk songs. Because I've got a couple that I really, really, really like. Father Finlay is one of them. I need way more stuff like that because it's really good. I wonder. I haven't practiced it too much, but I do really like it. Let me see. We're taking a slight detour before we continue more of our stories tonight. I owe all of you a karaoke stream at this point, so it shouldn't matter. Okay. If this doesn't pan out, if it doesn't end up sounding good, let me know. I can't remember who it was, but somebody did mention that they felt like my voice was really fighting trying to do ASMR singing, and I think I just hadn't figured out my register quite fully. I like singing high, but when I do, it's gotta be in this operatic kind of a way, if that makes sense. My voice likes funky resonances, and I kind of just need to embrace that, I think. Everybody else seems to like it, so I don't know why I'm so mean to myself about it. This is Father Finlay by Justin Ray Stringer. To the water. Wait, no. I gotta get a little beat in there. To the water, Father Finlay walks hardly bothered by the 10-pound lock round his ankles. Every step he takes, heaven's angels tremble in his wake. Never seen a wall so high. Watchdogs around the clock, guards around at every corner. They don't bother calling the corner. Once a man gets locked inside, he's there till the reaper knocks. Or so they thought till they saw one night. Okay, I may not have it. I may not have it tonight. It's that southern twang. It's that southern twang you gotta be able to apply to it, I think. I'll practice that one more. It is a little bit of a spooky song. It is a little bit. It's essentially about a man that returns to the water where he essentially came from. His spirit came from the water, so he escapes prison to return to it. Okay, I think I've got another one. I think I've got another one we could try. Okay. I'm gonna mute for just a second so I can really rev up my voice for this one. Do you guys like Nina Simone? I'm a pretty big fan of her stuff. I especially like... Sorry. I especially like the song, Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. I'm nervous, I'm letting my nerves get ahead of me and it's choking me up. Sorry. She has a mental disorder. This is why I can't do like real live performances. I've tried to. I get all kinds of fucked up. Baby, you understand me now. If sometimes you see that I'm mad, don't you know no one alive can always be an angel? When everything goes wrong, you see some bad. But I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. You know, sometimes, darling, I'm so carefree, with a joy that's hard to hide.
Welcome in, Allie Bones. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that.
Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for sharing your community with us. I appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Welcome in, everyone. You caught me in the middle of a song, but we'll take just a pause for a moment. Welcome in, Allie. I assume you were doing an ASMR stream as well. I hope you had a lovely time. Did you get up to anything particularly fun? Welcome in, Allie. Welcome in, Elijah. Welcome in, Stein. I hope you're all having a lovely night. So unfortunately timed, my dear lovely partner Krusnik and our moderator is heading off to bed for the night. You can say good night, Krusnik, good night. Oh, I hope I hope you had a lot of fun. Before we get too far, which of course, my dear Dust Bunnies, if you could give Allie some love for this immense amount of generosity, I would greatly appreciate it. Is it too late for a fit check right now? Right now? Maybe after we say hi to everybody in the raid.
Oh, thank you for the head pats, Christiane.
Nothing too out of the ordinary, though.
I getcha.
I do want to make sure that everybody is informed about what we do here, so if you'll give me... Allow me to introduce myself. My name is TheRavenAnarchy, and I am the host of Broadcast 160.4 Cosmic Background Radio, the voice of static. I do hope that you are all having a lovely Wednesday night. However, self-care is incredibly important around here, so if you have to raid and run for any reason at all, please take that time for yourself, as it is oh so important to do so. We like to do a little bit of horror ASMR around here, so if you are unfamiliar, rather than creating something that generates a relaxing environment, I like to use the meridian response of ASMR to elicit creepy kind of sensations. Or if you just so happen to find comfort in more scary, spooky, or unconventional things, this might be the place for you. Of course, I have a warning sign up just in case, because tonight we are reading some stories from the Search and Rescue / No Sleep set series, which does have quite a few very graphic stories in them. If that is not your cup of tea, that is also completely fine. We know that we're not here for everybody, but if you like creepypastas, if you like scary stories, if you like unhinged, mentally ill girl failure rambles, you've definitely come to the right place, and we would be happy to have you. Should get something to eat. Oh, of course, Allie. Thank you again so much for trusting us with your community. I do really appreciate it. Of course, and you have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, day, night. Thank you so much. Oh, they're called boners. Oh, I love that. Well, thank you so much for the follow, you dear boners. Meow, Bringer, and Fixed Stuff. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was also just singing a little song for chat, because I do like to break it up with that every now and again. Kind reminder to stay hydrated to everybody who is joining us. Thank you all so much for being here. And I do hope that you enjoy your time with us. I always get scared when people raid because I don't know what anybody is ever going to expect about the stuff we do. Welcome back, Reload. Welcome back. What'd you get for dinner? I had a combination of stir-fried noodles, chicken nuggets, hash browns, and a lot of strawberries. I'm still munching away on them. Oh, do you know Allie Reload? Oh, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. That's lovely. I love when stuff like that happens. I might also stalk your page just a little bit. I may stalk your page just a little bit because I can. I like to. Welcome in, Finry. I hope you're having a lovely Wednesday night. Thank you for coming in the raid. They have a gluten-free bun. Oh, you're so spooky. Oh, you're so spooky. I love it. I mean, as you can probably imagine, I love the spooky aesthetic. Hell yeah. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Oh, that's lovely. I love meeting other spooky people. You are a boner. Oh, that's very silly. We love tacos. I love them. Have you ever driven down a familiar road at twilight with or without your windows down, with the radio playing low, and suddenly the entire weight and wonder of your life rushing past like the scenery outside? Well, I don't know. Have you, Mega? Have you? Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely night. Fellow Midwesterner. Oh, goodness. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you all for being here. I do greatly appreciate it. No, actually, Eastern North Carolina. Holy moly. What are your favorite kind of tacos, though? I do really like the chalubas from Taco Bell. The fried tortilla is really good. Or, I'm kind of partial to soft tacos. But that might also just be because I think burritos are where it's at. Just give me the big food pouch, you know? I like normal soft shells. Yeah. Hard shells are still good, but I think Taco Bell really nailed it when they did is it the gordita? Which is the hard shell, the layer of cheese, and then the soft shell tortilla on the outside of that. That's so good. That stuff's so good, dude. Damn it, I've thought about Taco Bell 3 times tonight and I don't have Taco Bell money at the moment. Oh, this is so unfair. Oh, it's so unfair. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I think, especially since we had so many lovely, lovely raiders come in with us, I think I should give you a song. I'm perfect tortilla with semi-black spots. A little bit more charred than normal. That is where it's at, I think. Honestly, I think that's where it's at. Right, that's right. We were gonna do that. Okay. Don't let me forget, I'm gonna do 2 songs for you. Let me grab the lyrics for the other one real quick. I'm gonna do 2 songs for all of you. Okay, fit check. If you really want it, if you really want it that badly, okay. This is my usual everyday outfit. Oh wait. Where'd the candle go? There we go. This is my usual outfit. Nothing too crazy, I think. No, we're clocked in. It's not a relaxing or it's not a relaxed night. I am clocked in. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to do my best where I can, you know. I think this one is much cuter anyway. Nobody says how cute this one is. Nobody ever says how cute this outfit is. Oh shoot, we've got ads going. Oh no, we've got ads. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. We are going to take a very quick little break. Take some time to take care of yourselves, as it is oh so important to do so. And we'll be back in just a moment. See you soon. Thank you for your patience on the ad break. Welcome back, everybody.
Hi. Hi.
Okay, we're here. We're here.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Alright, let me get the music. There we go. And then minimize that. Right. Fit check. That's what we were doing. Welcome back, everybody. Hi. I don't need to. It speaks for itself. Yes, you need to. Yes, you need to. You should shower the things that I do with compliments. I have bad brain. You gotta tell me if you like something that we do, because otherwise I don't know. Oh, thank you, Reload. Thank you. I think this fit is the cutest of all of the ones that I've got. It's the most, well, I mean with the with the wings, it's the most on the lure, so I would totally be the grimdark character in a magical girl show. I absolutely would be. I think this one's cute. I think it's cute. Oh, we're having a slight issue. I see this now. We're having a slight issue. The dust bunnies are lagging. Thank you. I like them too, honestly. I think we need more VTubers with brown eyes, actually. I made mine really pretty. They've got these, like, crazy purple highlights to them that I think are gorgeous. I have them? No, they're mine. I'll take yours, though. Alright, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. I've got a couple of songs for you, which actually, since you mentioned the eyes, let's just appreciate them for a second. Even as is. Aren't they so cool? I think they turned out great. If you take my eyes, I can't watch your stream. Yes, you can. You'll just be watching from a front row perspective. Silly Billy. Silly. I really think that this was the best decision I could have made. We don't have enough VTubers with bright brown eyes. But very specifically because of how dark they are. I can do fun stuff like this and it just looks all the cooler, right? I know I showed you last time that I made the swirls green, but I think just the purple is where it's at for me. I think so. I think it looks so spooky. I think it looks so cool. It's so spooky. I haven't done an improv. I have not done an improv hypnophile in a while, though, so I probably shouldn't. It's been a minute. I probably shouldn't. Alright, let me get my rings back on. And then I have a couple of songs for you. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. I think we're ready. Our first one is from Nina Simone. Don't let me be misunderstood. Baby, you understand me now. If sometimes you see that I'm a man, don't you know no one alive can always be an angel? When everything goes wrong, you see some bad. But I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. I forgot to make sure. Okay. I got scared my reverb wasn't on for a second. You know, sometimes I'm so carefree, with a joy that's hard to hide. And then sometimes again it seems that all I have is worry. And then you're bound to see my other side. But I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. If I seem petty, I want you to know I never mean to take it out on you. Life has its problems, and I get more than my share. But that's one thing I'll never mean to do, 'cause I love you. Oh, baby, I'm just human. Don't you know I have faults like anyone? Sometimes I find myself alone, regretting some foolish little thing, just some simple thing that I've done. 'Cause I'm just a soul whose intentions are good. Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood. Don't let me be misunderstood. I try so hard, so please, Lord, don't let me be misunderstood. It's kind of hard to generate the really heartbreaking sound that Nina has in that song when you're being quiet. I hope you liked that one, though. Nina Simone originally wrote that in 1964. Perfectly captured the girl failure feeling. Just trying our hardest down here. I'm gonna take a quick moment to breathe. Excuse me. I'm gonna take a quick moment to breathe, and then we're gonna sing another song, and then we'll return to our stories, I promise. Thank you, Light Sombra. Thank you. I'm glad. Let's take a call to the room. No, I'm so sorry. Well, we got it. I'm so sorry. We got other songs. Don't you worry. I hope things do get easier on you. I'm sorry to hear you're having a rough night. Sorry, I'm hunching forward a lot to kind of reach the mic. Alright, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to rearrange some things real quick. Oh wait, that was Reload, not Light Sombra. I'm so sorry. Both your names are the same length and the same color in chat. I'm so sorry. Because blood family is complicated. I was actually talking to Krusnik about this today. I am much more in favor of found family than I am for biological. There's just too many things that you can disagree on fundamentally as people. And normally when you would disagree with people like that to that degree, you would just, not be around to them. But Some family kind of dictates that you put up with ideas and behaviors that you really shouldn't have to. And I honestly think that that's absolute nonsense. I think that's nonsense. But I was also very lucky at the time that I was becoming an adult because I was able to get out of my family's house very easily and then never talk to them again. It has its own hardships, but I think people, when you have people around you that you genuinely care about, are better off. And if family does just hurt, you're allowed to be able to meter the amount of time you're around them. I understand people have family obligations, and sometimes you gotta keep those no matter what, but remember to give yourself a break and prioritize yourself as much as possible. Especially if they give you extra shit for no reason. Okay. I moved the mic, so hopefully we should have less issue with, one, the popping sound, but also me leaning forward like a crazy person.
Welcome in, rats. Rats Umens? Is that the right way to say your name? Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you had a lovely, lovely night. Thank you so much for the raid. That's so kind of you. Oh, look at these little guys. Oh, look at that rat raid. I love my rats. Oh, look at that cutie. Oh, that's a really, really cute emote. I love that one so much. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. I assume you were getting up to some ASMR as well. Did you have fun? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, the experimenter. Welcome in, Whalky Krubas. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Welcome in, absolutely not mischief. Welcome in, rats. I hope you're having a lovely night. Welcome in, Lenny. Welcome in. Welcome in, Poop Shitter the Fourth. Happy to meet you. Welcome in. Welcome in, Jose. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming in with the raid. I do really, really appreciate it. My name is TheRavenAnarchy, and I am the voice of Broadcast 160.4 Cosmic Background Radio, the sound of static. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. We are very big fans of horror ASMR around here, so if you're a little bit more sensitive, please don't feel bad. Please don't feel bad. We want you to prioritize yourself first and foremost over anything else. But especially if you have to raid and run for any reason, please do take some time to take care of yourself. That was your first one? Oh, congratulations. I'm glad you had fun with it. I used to do very like comfy, cozy ASMR until I found out how like wanted the niche of horror ASMR is, which is just more up my alley in the first place, so thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. Exactly, Experimenter. You've got the right idea. Welcome to the Velvet Room, the place where between dream and reality, mind and matter collide. You've got the exact idea. I am effectively Rod Serling if he was a cute anime girl. That's how I like to think about it, at least. With, of course, some Orson Welles tossed in there for good measure. But thank you all so much for coming in with the raid. Again, if any of you have to raid and run for any reason whatsoever, please do take some time to take care of yourself, as it's so important to do so. And if you would like to hang out with us after you've practiced some self-care, we'd be more than happy to have you. Thank you for the follows, Jose and Rats. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. We were taking a little song break, but as per usual, I usually get distracted. And again, of course, if for any reason horror is, if you get scared very easily or are very susceptible to psychosis, take care of yourself and prioritize yourself first. I like our niche quite a lot, but I also understand most of the people that find comfort in the horror ASMR are a little bit anomalous in and of ourselves, We're a little weird. Some people like being scared and kept on edge. Other people find the horror, the darkness to be very comfy cozy. I don't usually scream during the horror ASMR, but I do have a little sound bit that I use. I haven't had a chance to use it since we read Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark, but it is a little scream that's quieted down quite a bit, so it just makes like good ambience, you know. I'm a bit of a radio nerd, as you can probably guess. Thank you for the follow, Lenny. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely night. Thank you, thank you. Before I go to bed, oh, then this is the perfect environment for you. Tonight, we are actually reading I'm a Search and Rescue Officer, which is a very, very classic, iconic no-sleep story. If you've ever heard of The Stairs in the Woods, this is the story that originally comes from. We were going to be starting somewhere in the middle of part 7 fairly soon. Persona 6 teaser indeed, the horror vibes in it. I need to watch it still. One of my dust bunnies has pointed me in the direction of Persona. I need to actually get around to experiencing those games in one way or another. Psychological horror is where it's at, and I mean, especially with the whole, you know, mind control kind of thing. I feel like we hit it. Yes, I love Creepcast. Okay, maybe this is a really effective way of describing these streams. My ASMR horror streams are very, very similar to an episode of Creepcast. I've got a little bit of Isaiah and a little bit of Hunter in me. I've got a little bit of both of them. So there's equal parts chaos and embracing like the super spooky vibes of everything. But I love those boys. I was watching clip compilations of Creepcast today. I love them. They're so funny. They're such a good pair. I also just like what they do individually, though. Like, I'm really excited to see more short films from Hunter, or Meat Canyon, if you guys know him better as that. I am very excited to see more short films from Hunter. Yes, exactly. You've got it. Okay, so you want to know something else that's kind of funny? I didn't start listening to Welcome to Night Vale until after I had formulated this character. I'm a bit of a radio nerd, so that happened first. Night Vale just so happened to be something that really hit the nail on the head for the type of stuff that I like. But also, my partner Kursnik, as he's a very silly little cute scientist man, and then I am the anomalous radio show host demon. Me and my cute scientist boyfriend taking on the anomalies in the town of nowhere that we live in. Yes, I am also a fan of David Lynch and Twin Peaks. How could you tell? There's a lot of Twin Peaks, there's a lot of Gravity Falls, there's a lot of... I feel like we even sometimes have a little bit of a vibe of the, of Tales from the Gas Station. I feel like that's what it is, because all of the anomalies in Nowhere live together very harmoniously. Which, as lovely as that is, that does mean we have a lot of crazy things that happen. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. Right. I hope we get the vibes. Well, still kind of doing our own thing. I would never want to copy anybody. Never. I don't necessarily think I would have a problem with going to the Black Lodge, though, honestly. I just want to peek inside. I want to know what it smells like in there, honestly. I don't gotta talk to anybody, I don't gotta eat anything, I just wanna know what it smells like in there, you know? That's all. Alright, my dear lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers. We have one more song to sing, especially to celebrate all the lovely raiders that came in. We have one more song to sing, and we are going to return to the unfortunately midway point in part 7, so we might be a little bit lost. Oh, wait. No, we were about to start at the Faceless Man story. That's right. Okay. In the Black Lodge, but also welcome in gently. I hope you're having a lovely night. In the Black Lodge from Twin Peaks. I want to know what the Black Lodge smells like. It's another otherworldly place. The station smells like dust, obviously, because of the dust bunnies. But it also smells like cinnamon French toast and hazelnut coffee. That's what it smells like all the time in here. It is very dusty, so that's why I sneeze so often, but I want to know. I like knowing what places smell like. Alright, I'm gonna scooch a little bit away from the mic. How does that sound? We're still good? Okay, I think we're still good. Our next song is Gloomy Sunday. Sunday's gloomy, my hours are slumberless. Dear is the shadows I live with, are numberless. Little white flowers will never awaken you, not where the black coach of sorrow has taken you. Angels have no thoughts of ever returning you. Would they be angry if I thought of joining you? Gloomy Sunday. Sunday's gloomy, with shadows I spend it all. My heart and I have decided to end it all. Soon there'll be candles and prayers that are sad, I know. Let them not weep, let them know that I'm glad to go. Death is no dream, for in death I'm caressing you. With the last breath of my soul, I'll be blessing you. Gloomy Sunday. What did you think? That song is also known as the Hungarian suicide song. As you can probably guess why. That one's one of my favorites, though. I like to sing sad songs. I really like sad songs. I do. Oh wow, there are a lot of covers of it. There's a lot of covers of it. Holy moly. I hope you liked that, though. We are gonna get reset real quick. And then we are gonna read some more of Search and Rescue. My tracker is being weird and I'm trying to figure out why. Okay. Is the mic hot? Oh, it's hot. A singer that I've gotten very, very obsessed with recently, Raf Scrap. She's another person that has one of these like beautiful
resonant voices that I just, it's so beautiful. One of the comments that she gets on a lot of her songs is people saying something along the lines of like, "Oh man, you got that microphone pregnant." God, I'm not gonna lie to you, if somebody ever thought that about how I sang, I'd probably implode. Thank you, Experiment. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm so sorry, I just got a Discord notification, I gotta check it real quick. Just real quick. Are there people joining the Discord? No, it's people posting stuff in the Discord. Ooh. Oh, those are beautiful. Oh, those are beautiful, Ember. What the fuck? Are those sculptures? Oh, it's garden sculptures. Okay. Oh, those are lovely. We do have an IRL chat for places that you guys have been if you want to share those there. I just need something. Hey, that's perfectly fine, Reload. You take the time to take care of what you need to. Don't worry about us, okay? We'll be here. You take care of whatever you need to, and then you take care of yourself, okay? That's what's most important. Don't feel bad if you've got other stuff going on. Oh, what would you like, Reload?
What trigger would you like? I'm stretching just a little bit real quick. Deep breaths. Hell yeah, you got it. You got it. I broke out this little guy earlier. Sorry. Thankfully he doesn't make a lot of sound when I drop him. Thankfully. Alright, let me grab this real quick. 2 minutes. 2 minutes of sensory toys. There we go. Are you sure you don't want some affirmations instead? Because sometimes we can just feel that way, honestly. Social situations are difficult to navigate, no matter who they're with. And sometimes having to put our foot down for the sake of our own mental health in a certain situation can feel like we're denying decency to another person. But sometimes that's just what it is. Sometimes you have to protect yourself first, if that's where you're at. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. They're towards the bottom. I have sounds, vocal triggers, and then experience-based ones, which are the tarot readings, affirmations, humming, singing, and short story reads. Let's get some good ear scratches. It's always good to protect our peace first. And if for any reason you feel like you have trouble navigating a certain situation, sometimes stepping away really is the way to handle it for the time being. It's always best to come back with a clear head. I was made aware of that fairly recently. The Arcana is the means by which all will be revealed. I was made aware of that very recently. You know what? I've got I'm gonna open this up like a real, ASMR YouTuber, whatever. Real ASMR content creator. Just savor all the crackles. Oh, I don't know any of the context for any of it, so everything would be a spoiler, technically. This one's kind of fun, because it's a very special type of sensory slime. This one doesn't actually make any noise as I mess with it, but it does have this nice little plastic wrap on the outside. I do not. I do not. I kind of just like playing with the plastic. I get the little scratching inside my ear feeling from it. And it's easy to keep it from getting too loud. But with the slime wrapped up in it, I can kind of just like smush into it. Infinite crunch. There we go. Alright. I hope you liked your sensory toy experience, really. There we go. That's another thing I want a little bit of if I were to be so blessed, that's another thing I want. I want some more sensory slimes for our ASMR streams. I think they're a lot of fun. The one I have is overworked. I fucked up because it was the first one I ever got. I did not know how to use them. I still got it though, it's right here. I tried to mess with it earlier, but it's all fucked up. I gotta get like glycerin or something to fix it. I think that's what the package said I used. It's so crunchy though, I love it. Maybe if I leave it out in the hot sun, it'll melt back down to where it's supposed to be. I'd love more of those though. Okay. Allow me to set our ambience again. And actually, you know what? We're gonna get real close. We're gonna get real close for this one, I think. How's that? Hi. Hi, spooky little guys. And 1, 2, 1, 2. You are tuning in to broadcast 160.4 Cosmic Background Radio. I'm your host, TheRavenAnarchy, and I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. I know I am, because I'm here spending it with you. Okay. We were having dinner in town, 5 of us, including myself. This guy, he was repainting an information booth and heard a man ask him for directions to the nearest campsite. He asked if he could help in any other way, but the man said no and thanked him. My friend said he kept painting, but he was listening, and he never heard the man leave. The second he came up and talked to me, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, but I wasn't sure why. I had this feeling of unease about the whole thing, and I wanted to finish what I was doing so I could get out of there. I figured maybe a part of it was that I couldn't turn around to look at him, but something just felt off. There was also this weird smell floating around the air, even before the guy talked to me. Like old, astringent blood. I looked around to see what was causing it, but I didn't find anything. So I waited for the guy to walk away. But I never heard him leave, which made me think that he was just standing there watching me. So I asked again if I could do anything for him, and he just didn't answer. I knew that he was there, though, because I'd never heard him leave. So I did this awkward turn down the ladder to look down and see what he was doing. Now, I admit it could have just been my brain all messed up, but I swear to you, for a split second when I was turned around, that man didn't have a face. It was almost concave and completely smooth. And I felt like I had a heart attack, just because I couldn't even wrap my brain around what I was seeing. I think I started to say something, but there was this kind of pop inside my head, and suddenly he was just a normal-looking guy. I must have looked weird because he asked me if I was okay, and I just responded, yeah, I'm fine. He asked about the campsite again, and I point where he has to go, and he's like, I'm not from around here, and can you help me get there? Now, this is when I know something is really up, because there's no way this guy got out there and didn't know where he was. And for that matter, there's no car around, so how'd you get up here in the first place? I said I was sorry, but I couldn't take him anywhere in a company vehicle, and he's just like, please, I really don't know where I am. Can you come with me and help me get there? So now I'm completely weirded out, and I just start wondering if this is some kind of ambush or whatever. I told him I could call him a taxi to come out and take him wherever he wants to go. And I pulled out my phone and he just goes, oh, no. Walks away real quickly like. But he doesn't walk out of the park. He walks back into the trees. And I got right in my truck and started to get out of there. Screw the paint or whatever I was working on. I looked in the mirror to see where he was as I was leaving, and he was just standing right there at the tree line. I don't know how we got there so fast, but this time, I know that man didn't have a face. He was just watching me leave. And right before I took the one big corner out of sight, I saw him step back past the tree line and just dissolve into it. Maybe it was just dark, so he blended in, but it felt more like he melted away. Interestingly, right after this guy finished his story, someone else piped up with another one, but with a slightly different twist. I know. You know, actually, I heard something sort of weird like that happened a while back. I was out on some trail scouting, and I was out in the middle of nowhere figuring out where we were gonna have this trail run through.
was his face. And I probably looked like a complete asshole because I just stopped and stared at him. It took me a second to figure out what was wrong, but this guy's face was huge. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I could describe it. His head wasn't big or anything, it was normal. But the amount of space that his face took up was just too much. Like if you took someone's face and enlarged it all about 2 times. He doesn't say anything, he just kind of looks at me, and I back up and stutter saying how sorry I was. I went around him and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole time I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out that he didn't pop up or something. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear to you that it was the creepiest thing that I've ever seen. The woman saw the 5-head of Moat and was just so confused. She couldn't handle it. It was like it was from another reality altogether. I switched the topic to the stairs a little bit later, and there was a definite shift in enthusiasm. No one spoke up at first. There was this stigma around discussing them, even when we're away from work. I broke the ice first with a story of my own, and the guy who told the story about the faceless man told his, albeit very quietly. A couple years ago, I was camping with my girlfriend, and we were out about 2 miles from the road at the site. I know. We went to bed that night, but we couldn't sleep because we were hearing this grinding noise. My brother used to grind his teeth in his sleep, and it sort of reminded me of that. My girlfriend was freaking out, but I just kept telling her to ignore it, because I've heard it before, and you just have to ignore it. It goes away eventually. You guys know what I mean. We all knew what he meant. So eventually I got her to sleep, but I woke up probably 2 hours later. Something was too far off. I rolled over and she wasn't there. I ran out of the tent, calling her name. I didn't have to go far. She was standing at the edge of camp, looking at something out in the trees, and I could see that she was completely pale. The fire was low, but bright enough to see her. I ran up to her and asked her what was going on, but she was completely asleep. Her eyes were still open. She had this real spaced out look, you know? I put my arm around to lead her back, but she wouldn't move. She just said real quietly something like, "I have to go now, Eddie. I have to go. It's here." I just kept telling her that you're sleepwalking, come back to bed. But she wouldn't budge. She just kept standing there and saying that she had to go. And I looked where she was looking, and there was another one of those fucking staircases, about 50 yards away. Gray one, concrete. And she started to walk towards it, but I yanked her back and she woke up. She looked at me like I was out of my mind, and she asked what she was doing under the tent. I didn't tell her anything, I just told her that she was sleepwalking. The grinding was gone, so
most was that they asked him exactly where he'd gone. And he just said right there. He kept pointing at himself. And they said they thought he meant that he thought he never left. He said he wasn't scared because the stairs were there. And he said they'd spoken to him, but not like people speak. Like I said, it was just so convoluted and hard to understand. I feel like the cops didn't take most of it down. They ended up just saying that the kid had some kind of amnesia or fugue, and that he didn't think foul play was involved. Doesn't really explain why he came back a week later perfectly fine without a speck of dirt on him. But hey, that's what the cops said. And that was the end of part 7. We've got one more, which is part 8. It's a little bit shorter, but we'll still take a break before we launch into it. I hope you're enjoying the stories from tonight.
I think they've been a lot of fun. A kind reminder to stay hydrated. I'm gonna take a second, because we do have a break coming up here on the hour. We do have a little break coming up on the hour. So we'll take some time to take care of ourselves. Excuse me. I'm gonna take off my headphones for a second. I'll still see if there's any alerts, but I won't hear anything. I'm gonna pop my ears. There we go. I'm gonna wiggle my head back and forth, side to side. Nice and loose, letting all the tension melt out. I'm gonna take my hands, interlock my fingers together, and push my palms away from my chest. And I'm gonna rotate, keeping my shoulders low. I'm gonna rotate my hands until they're above my head, keeping the rest of my posture centered. And I'm going to stretch, leaning from side to side. Breathing all the while. Breathing all the while. I think I'm also going to try to go for a little back crack. I'm going to rotate. Overextending. Rotating all the way. Classy, welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Thank you so much for the raid. Why are you sorry? You don't need to be sorry. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna finish stretching real quick. Welcome in. I hope you had a lovely stream. What did you get up to? No need to be sorry at all. Welcome in. Welcome in. My dear lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers, if you would give Classy some love, I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. And Classy, if you got a raid and run for any reason at all, please take some time to take care of yourself, as it is so important to do so. And thank you for trusting us with your community. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. We have gotten a lot of love tonight. This is pretty cool. I would be remiss if I didn't say that. I'm very touched by the amount of love that we've gotten today. Thank you all so much. 3 now, actually. 3 now. We got excuse me, pardon me, sorry.
Our first one was from Ali Bones. Our second one was from Ratsimus. And then our third one was from Classy. Oh, that sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. I'm glad. Sounds like you had a great time. We are doing our usual Wednesday horror ASMR radio broadcast. It is a lot of fun. I'm gonna eat a strawberry real quick. I gotta get my servings of fruit in for today. It's pretty cool. I want to see. I want more horror ASMR artists. I need to find them. I know they're out there somewhere. I need to find them. In a world of mommy ASMRs, let me find the people who tell scary stories and read creepypastas. No judgment. No judgment to those who do the RP ASMRs. No judgment. I'm here for the spooks and scares, though. Oh, that sounds like mandarins and clementines. Oh, that sounds lovely. I really wish dried apricots weren't as expensive as they are. I really, really wish they... Man, dried apricots are so expensive. I wish they weren't. Excuse me. I'm trying to finish off my coconut water. I'm trying to... I don't know why these are so hard for me to drink. They're so hardy. It's got a lot of potassium. It's got a lot of phosphorus. It's got a lot of magnesium. Okay, that's a pretty decent amount of sugar. Maybe that's why it's so heavy. Apricots, no, but for some reason dried apricots are. We're almost finished. I'm gonna get my magnesium. Okay, we're good. But no, normal apricots really aren't all that expensive. So I don't know why the dried ones are. It's not fair, because they're delicious. But with that, my dear lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers, we have an ad break that is about to play. I hope you are enjoying your time with us. But self-care is oh so important. So we will be taking a break. Since the ads are going to play, I will encourage you to take some time to take care of yourself. We'll play some music while we're gone, and see you all in a minute. That doesn't help that even the bulk ones are expensive. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for your patience. Welcome back. Here we go. Hi. Hi, everybody. Oh, hi, Marksy. Welcome in. Chemical compound. I don't know why apricots are so expensive. I wish they weren't. It's not fair. On the topic of food, I'm gonna eat my last chicken nugget. I have been in PJ mode all day. All day. I felt under the weather yesterday. And it was particularly rough. Oh. I forgot I'm not just supposed to play music all the time. I forgot. Oh, thank you, Marcy. Thank you, thank you. I have been under the weather, which is so unfair. I was so ready to do cute girl stuff this week, but it's all getting put off until tomorrow when I actually feel better. But that's fine. It's fine. Okay, wait, actually. Oh, man. It's on the phone that I'm currently using for my tracking. I have a little list of things that I'm going to try to do. That's actual, like, guided work. The vast majority of things I just need to finish writing and not hate myself for writing. You know how it is. Congratulations! Congratulations, Marksy. Hell yeah! Would you like to hear about our crazy synchronicity that happened this week? In the span of 3 days, we got 666 followers on Twitch. That has now been raised to 678 as of this stream. We have 666 subscribers on YouTube, and we also have 66 followers on Fansly. That may have changed in the past couple hours. It's sixes everywhere. It's all sixes. All sixes all the time. But, you know, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I just feel like the world is trying to warn me. The universe is trying to warn me. I was right. It's at 68 now. I'm not sure. One, I would have to get the game. More of what I'm planning for the Fansly streams would be like Honey Pot or other eroge of that like. There's a lot of really funny looking games on Twitch. There's a lot of very psychological horror eroge on Twitch specifically. That's what I want to play instead. That's where it's at for me. Although I guess if you look at Funger in a particular kind of a way, you could consider it that. I have seen that one. I have seen it. Where is... I've got a little list of them. Hold on. I found one called Raven's Quest. That one's just a spicy RPG. But there's a couple of yeah, this one is a psychological eroge visual novel called Doomsday Dream Girl. It is just exactly what you would expect. It is exactly what you would expect. But stuff like this one is definitely up there, and I think would be very much so what we're looking for in, you know, weird niche content to create. Everybody has to behave on the Fansly streams. Everybody has to behave. I'm gonna measure your behavior for both places.
Nothing too weird. Nothing too weird. A little hypnosis never hurt anybody. A little bit of hypnosis never hurt anybody. A little turny brain off juice. You're not in prison. You're not in prison. Nobody's in prison. Shushers. Alright. Are we ready for our last part of search and rescue? This is most certainly like the shortest out of all of these. So, I think we should really give it our all. I might even just like start it and keep reading if you guys want to. I was about to do that. I've got the lighter in my hand. You silly. I've got the lighter in my hand. I like doing the spooky candle. That's one of my favorite things to do. Goofball. I'm glad you like it though. The aesthetics are pink. Okay. I finished off my coconut water. I finished off my hot girl juice. And I still have tea and plenty of water. I should have refilled my water. Kind reminder to stay hydrated. And without further ado, this is part 8 of I'm a Search and Rescue Officer. Things have deteriorated to a degree that I didn't foresee. Wait. Oh, it's still got part 7. Okay. I couldn't remember if I had. Actually, no, I should link part 8. I should link part 8. How do I unpin? How do I unpin the message? Go away. There we go. If you would like to follow along, this is the part that we're reading. Oh wait, There we go. I'm a professional. Things have deteriorated to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening out there would affect every single part of my life. And maybe that was just stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously, but honestly, I just thought I was writing about things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know. And I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I'm not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this, as much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind. I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. Because of the amount of attention my stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many I can't remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones that I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds was about a young woman who disappeared upstate. Initially, someone assumed she had run away. She didn't have a great home life, and so it wasn't really any kind of surprise that she had chosen to run.
was there when they were inscribed and carved onto the tablet by the voice of God. I was there, and I'm still here. So many stories of the black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out the night, mimicking the sounds of running water. Or of that of a bobcat screaming. Oh, I don't have my screen queued up. Wait, I don't have my screen. Wait a second. Okay, hold on, I gotta read that line again. There it is. Okay. So many stories of the black-eyed people wandering around the woods, calling out at night, mimicking the sounds of running water. Or that of a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station he thinks will listen to him and tells the same story. He was deer hunting and camped out in a very remote area. He woke up because something was scraping at his tent. Welcome in, Musho. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Sorry, I mentioned I don't get to break out the sound effects very often. He thought that it was a raccoon or a fox until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out the human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leaped back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. This man was not wearing any clothes, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As this hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of amalgamation of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into the vague shape of a human being. The face was a lumpy and rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice, before mimicking the sound of the tin zipper and fleeing into the night. What was the dirty joke, Marcy? I'm so curious now. Oh, welcome in, baby bird. Welcome in, baby bird 9000. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. I'm nice. I like to think that I'm very nice and kind, and I encourage. Oh, that's what you meant. I encourage all of my dust bunnies that are here with us in chat to also be kind, because I'm a very sensitive little bird. My heart is very easily broken. But we are telling scary stories, which might be a bit too scary for a sweet little babby. To each their own. Protect your mental health first and foremost. But as one of the birds, I can't in good conscience just turn you away, so... Bro is an amalgamation of meat, though. You have a slight grammatical error there. He does not have an amalgamation of meat. He is the amalgamation of meat. And he can apparently open his mouth and make gunshot noises. Just might pass out to them. That's completely fine. That's completely fine. I don't know how people can sleep to my ASMR, but if it works for you, more power to you. young couple out for a hike in the rocky areas of the park reported to me yesterday that they had seen something strange out on the peak that I'm very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the incident was over that the person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the young man. He said whoever or whatever this person was, it was looking right at them. The climber waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist sideways and leaping off of the peak. The man didn't see where the climber landed. I sent them on their way with assurances that I checked it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report, because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't even question it anymore. There's so many things I won't ever be able to understand about this job, and it would take me years to relate all of the things I've heard in the past few months. When I feel like my job isn't in jeopardy, I'll come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you for sticking by my side and enjoying the things that I've talked about. If you go out into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, appropriate survival equipment. Let people know where you are going and when you'll be back. Don't go onto the uncharted paths. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them. Do not, under any circumstances, ever go up the stairs in the woods. And that is the end.
That is the end of I Am a Search and Rescue Officer.
What did you all think? Did you like that?
There's a couple of stories midway through that I feel like do just get kind of gross. And the way that the characters in context talk about the incidents that they're referring to feels a little bit too detached and tasteless, but that only really happens a couple of times out of a good couple dozen stories, so it's not really a big thing against it. I did feel like the people who we got stories from separately did all kind of have a very similar manner of talking, so it was a little bit harder to set those characters apart from each other. But the stories themselves all ended up being very chilling in their own way. My personal favorite is the one of the soldier out of time that comes out of the woods where there was a forest fire. That one is very particularly unnerving. I like it quite a lot. I'm getting my dice. Come here, dice. I hope you all liked that one, though. I am going to have to pick out another set of creepypastas for us to go through next time. So let me see. I've read that one. I can take that off the list. You know what? I'm having a little bit of an interesting idea. How long is this one? You kids like the king in yellow. I may have a good idea for our episode next week. We could have a king in yellow special. There is you know, The King in Yellow, the anthological short stories. But I also have the yellow wallpaper, which is not a King in Yellow story specifically, but there are some very particularly eldritch aspects to it. It's a Victorian story about a woman descending into psychosis because of the red wallpaper in the home she's in. What was the original writer? Okay, here we go. It is a story by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. It is a classic feminist short story about a woman's descent into psychosis while undergoing a rest cure for nervous depression, prescribed by her psychiatrist and husband, John. So it may not actually be a King in Yellow story, but it definitely sounds like a King in Yellow story. I also just thought, in general, women's psychosis is very up our alley to read about. But I also have the transcript of the King in Yellow play from Sucker for Love, which is a lot of fun to read through. I think next week we're doing a yellow wallpaper special. Back rooms, King in Yellow, back rooms. I think that would be fun. Let me find the King in Yellow. Project Gutenberg. There it is. This is my favorite place to go to get books that are in the public domain. Project Gutenberg is all about preserving and creating ebooks out of, as mentioned, books that are in the public domain or might be lost otherwise. Where is the... There it is, there's the direct one. Okay. I'm gonna save that and remember that for next week. I think I know what our background ambience track is gonna be as well. What is the full name of the album? Just the full name of the album. The Caretaker. PNG PDF. Not PNG, PDF. Oh, there we go. There's a very spooky copy of the book. Hell yeah. Okay, I found it. King in Yellow, King in Yellow, King in Yellow. But it's called The Caretaker, right? Or the Caretaker's something, something, something. Everywhere at the End of Time. That was it. Oh my god, it's 6 hours. Oh, the whole thing is 6 hours. I always forget that. But that's like the multiple, actually separate parts of it. Hold on. Oh, never mind. They have a lot of this. Oh, okay, okay. The one is Everywhere at the End of Time, stages 1 through 6. There we go. I've already got our ASMR planned for next week. Man, I'm already so far out of schedule. This never happens. Never ever happens. Oh, I never asked you guys what you thought about the warning sign. I did make our own after last week. I wanted it to be in our style. I found a very temporary one off of Google image search and was like, no, I gotta make it my own. This is the same text that I used for the Pool Boy t-shirt though. Which I guess because everybody's been so well behaved. There we go. Don't be weird about it. Don't make it weird. Don't make it weird. I still don't understand why everybody. I don't think it's because of the shirt. I think it's because it's a crop top that everybody likes it. But everybody's like, yes, I love the pool boy shirt. I love it. I love it. It's my favorite. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Fine then. Fine then. No tummy. Only logo. That's all you get. Oops. No tummy. Only logo. That's all you get. Oh my god. I've been having so much fun lately. Damn it. I'm all stupid, broken brained and emotional. I've been having so much fun lately with streaming and everything. The ASMR streams have been a lot of fun. I feel like we've just been having a really great place to be able to experiment with all kinds of horror stuff. It's just been so cool. It's just so cool, you know? I really can't wait to expand more of the stuff that we do. Like, I can't wait to actually make audios and stuff. Monday was very productive. It was probably like the most productive day I've had in a very long time. And it makes me just want to work on more things, genuinely. Every time I look at the checklist of stuff that I completed, I was like, I want to do more. I want to keep making lists and checking things off. Do I sound like Rose? Wait, really? No one's ever told me that I sound like Rose before. Hold on. Hold on. Do I? Really? Okay, hold on. Hold on.
I know. I'm sorry.
At home where Pink was so lonely.
Wait, I need one where she's like just yakking. Where are you, Rose? Let me listen to you just yak for a second.
We gotta get down there and check it out. What?
Huh?
This is so. But Pearl, don't you see what's happening? We're actually here, and I am fitting right in. None of that dumb salute. Thank you so much for talking me into this. I couldn't have done this on my own.
I don't hear it personally. She's got more of just this, like, really distinctive peppiness to her voice. And this isn't a read or anything. I pick up on this kind of thing very easily, especially from, like, voice acting. She kind of sounds like she talks with a very full mouth, if that makes sense. Like, she has a lot of air in her mouth as she's speaking.
This is incredible.
And she does have a little bit of tightness in her larynx. That's what kind of makes that kind of cute squeaky quality that she's got.
This is so. But Pearl, don't you see what's happening? We're actually.
I can hear it in some of the deeper resonances, because she does have like a more chest-heavy voice. The parts where she's flirting with. I'm sure a lot of people like hearing characters flirt with others. You can just pretend like I'm the character. People tend to like those, I think the most. I have a very throaty quality to my voice, so that kind of natural rattling that you can hear, that's all because I talk more in my larynx and in my vocal folds. I try to project it from my chest, and so there comes an underlying purr kind of quality to it. That is if I'm talking correctly. If I get really excited, mostly because I'm hanging out with the dust bunnies on stream, it all hops up into my mouth and my throat gets really tight. But that's okay. That's okay. We're learning, we're building up all the muscles all on our own. I think it just has to do with that, like, the hearty kind of voice that she has whenever she's more in mom mode. I think that's what people like about the voices that they think are very mommy-esque, is that they just like this buttery quality, if that makes sense. It's very smooth, it's very palatable, it's very rich and kind of fatty in its own way. It's a good voice, though. It's a good voice, though. No, I would never. I have no idea why anybody watches my content. I have no clue. I'm completely oblivious to all of the silly little things that you will come up with. Completely, I assure you. I myself am also not a pervert connoisseur or anything, so I totally don't read people. I know my audience. I know why you're here. Especially after the pool day stream. I have become very well aware of why you are all here. It's so silly. It's so silly. I think I don't know. Something about it is endearing because people are, normal for the most part. We are winning. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely night. Shorsey? Gotcha. Shorsey. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Wednesday night. Welcome in. I think we'll be wrapping up soon. I'm getting a little bit tired. We did also finish our stories for the night, which was a lot of fun. I had fun, at least. I hope everybody else that has been with us also enjoyed their time together. I'm a little tired, though. Today was good, but I'm still recovering from yesterday. Still a little bit under the weather. But thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you all had a lot of fun. I think we'll just be calling it, because I have a feeling most of my dust bunnies that are with us are asleep right now. Thank you to everybody who stuck around from the reads. I do greatly appreciate it. I hope you all had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed the stream, even if it was a little different than what you're used to normally. I had fun. Thank you all so much for being here. I will see you all again. Same bat time, same bat channel, 6 p.m. Central Standard, right here on Friday. We're going to be playing some more Cult of the Lamb, and I look forward to it, hopefully just as much as you do. I gotta show you all the stuff that I caught up on. I was playing in my off time. Oh, Lazy, thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. You've been lurking. I hope you've been enjoying your lurk. Until Friday, though, my dear dust bunnies, please do take some time to take care of yourselves, as it is oh so important to do so. Don't forget to check in with all of your basic needs, including getting food, water, self-fulfillment, and all the ways. And to check out the links that we have in our description. We have links to all of our socials that you can check us out on, including YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Blue Sky, We also have other places that you can support us if you're not interested in subscribing on Twitch. We do have Patreon and Ko-Fi, along with a direct donation link. Absolutely none of that is necessary. It is only there if you have the means and you so desire to support that way. You ran out of points. How did you run out of points? That's crazy to me. Nobody ever runs out of points around here. That's crazy though. But thank you, thank you. I'll do a full self-care checklist after stream, I promise, I promise. We also have a completely free to join Discord that you can check out if you so desire to do so. We have a lovely, ever-growing community. You can do !Discord in the chat, or link is in the panels. We'd love to have you. But with that, my dear lovely listeners, lurkers, and watchers, I must unfortunately call it a night. Thank you all so much for taking so much time out of your day to spend it with us. I do greatly, greatly appreciate it. And I will see you all again on Friday. Until then, my dear dust bunnies,